it's like really big for our team that Doublelift is joining us and helping us.
Team Liquid still chasing under for the tower dive. Hookshot lands in. Apollo is down. That's going to be the 8th for Team Liquid as Doublelift grabs a triple kill.
That must be a relief. A hard-fought 2-1 victory.
Obviously, Doublelift is good, but he didn't look like anything special. I look forward to playing against him.
Lot actually stays alive. It's already been 4 kills for 0. It's a complete slaughter. The ace for Team Dignitas. Team Dignitas are within striking distance of the playoffs.
I just want to win.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone, and we're lucky enough to have you join us for another weekend of the North American LCS. With only 2 weeks left in our spring split, teams mobilized to secure their spots for the playoffs. As you can see here, the remaining members of Dignitas entering the studio. Expecial making his way to the stage, smile on his face. Dignitas has still a tough road ahead of them to get to the playoffs, but they can probably do it if they can keep the momentum moving forward. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me today is boyo Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. How you doing today?
Top of the morning to you, Dash.
Got a little bit of green in that outfit. That's what I like to see. Sporting the St. Patrick's Day colors. Let's go ahead and begin our day with a look at the standings. TSM are in first place for the first time, all split, with Cloud9 in second. Team Dignitas start the weekend in 6th place, while Echo Fox and Team Liquid are just shy of a playoff spot in 8th and 9th, respectively. We'll see who can contest those playoff positions with our matches today. First up, we have Someday and Team Dignitas versus Lorlo and Team Liquid, with Echo Fox going against Counterlogic Gaming later in the day. Now, last week, Cloud9 lost their hold of first place for the first time in 8 weeks, relenting the top spot to TSM, Azale.
And I mean, TSM, it's felt like they've been hot on their heels for a little bit, but they had some help from their rivals, CLG, taking down Cloud9 last week, which upset them and put TSM into first place.
Right, and a lot of people might look at the decision to swap Ray in for Cloud9 as a bit of an oopsie, contributing to the loss. But either way, CLG starting a climb perhaps on their end, and as you mentioned, putting TSM in prime positioning for first place.
Yeah, it's so hard to know with CLG. They have their ups, they have their downs. They're so inconsistent, but they've shown that they can beat the best teams in the league by taking down Cloud9, and they have the easiest strength of schedule remaining in the league, so they're in good position to make it in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a huge point. Graphic behind us here, quick explanation. Numbers on the left side here is their current position in the North American LCS. On the right side here, opponents' win percentage for the remaining games of the split. So getting a sense of, how tough their road might be here in the closing weeks. So we're looking at teams like, say Immortals here, sitting in that 6th place spot currently, but they got a tough road ahead of them as compared to, say, hey, 7th place Dignitas, second easiest schedule.
Yeah, they have one of the easier schedules, so could be able to hop back in there. And this becomes very important down in the last 2 weeks of the split.
Right, now let's contrast all this with Team Liquid, right, who have the toughest strength of schedule here. But, of course, they've had a number of roster swaps as well, so it's going to make that climb from 9th place all that much more precarious.
Yeah, I mean, starting in 9th with the toughest schedule left in the last 2 weeks, not the spot you want to be. They're playing P1, FlyQuest, they're playing TSM, so they have such tough teams. And Adrian swapping into the team for Matt is really going to have to step up big time, and they don't have time to let it work in a week or two.
Exactly.
Right? It has to be good right now.
Adrian up against his former team in Finish 1. FlyQuest on a bit of a slide, so we'll see if that might lend, to a win here for Team Liquid. Today, though, they're going to go up against Dignitas, who come off a morale-boosting 2-0 week last week.
Yeah, and Dignitas has been looking really good. Expecial was extremely positive in his interview with Jet. They have been talking so much about how the atmosphere and the team has changed completely since Cop came in. And Keen showed that last week. He looked fantastic, and he's going to have to continue to look fantastic, I think, for this team to really go far, as they have the second toughest strength, or second easiest, actually, I guess,
right,
the schedule there. So, we want to see him performing if they want to go into the playoffs and look good.
Right now, plus these teams come into this playoff pivotal matches on patch 7.5. So we're throwing a lot at them here. Adjustments to be made, perhaps, in pick spans, especially with those highest priority picks.
Yeah, and that is the big thing to me, is that the red side bans are essentially out the window, right? LeBlanc and Varus had 98 and 100% presence in, and it's almost all bans in 7.4. In 7.5, they are still playable. We've seen people bring them out in the EU LCS, but they're not must bans. So you have a lot more flexibility, a lot more creativity can be shown, and I think the teams with big champion pools are going to thrive.
Right, very much a changing landscape in that AD carry position with the buff to the Blade of the Rune King as well. Now a reminder that there are still tickets available for our spring finals, April 22nd and 23rd in Vancouver, Canada. Join us in the Pacific Coliseum to see who will be crowned the North American LCS Spring Split Champion. Check out that info and more at lulesports.com. Now, as teams jockey for the opportunity to play in Vancouver, send a picture to @LullySports and show us how you're supporting your favorite teams. Make sure to use the hashtag HowILCS, and we'll share them during the show all weekend long. Now, though, it's time to send it over to our casters to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everybody. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and pulling me away from the latest installment of the Power Rangers Marathon is Joshua Jat Leesman. How's it going, my friend?
It's really great. I learned that a lot of that Power Rangers show was actually filmed in Japan, which is something I never knew until that marathon began.
Something you never realize as a little kid, but then you go back and watch it later for all the nostalgia, and you're like, wait a second, some of these clips look like they're a little bit spliced together, but it is the truth. And the other part of the truth is we are about to jump into week number 8 of the North American LCS. Our first series today, Team Dignitas will be taking the stage against Team Liquid. And Dignitas come into this match after a much-needed 2-0 week, keeping their playoff dreams alive.
Yeah, and we joke about trusting the process for Team Dignitas since they're owned by the Philadelphia 76ers, and League of Legends doesn't reward you for finishing last with a high draft pick. It actually just puts you in the relegation tournament. But since COP has come along, this team has shown noticeable improvements. When we talk to X Special, the team motivation is extremely high, almost maybe an all-time high as far as how well they're working together. And at the start of the split, people had their doubts of how the mixed language roster would gel for good reason, but X Special cited Chaser and Someday's work ethic towards specifically learning English that's been a unifying factor for the team that's just making everyone try a lot harder.
We'll have to see if Team Liquid can match versus an ardent Team Dignitas with the debut of Adrian, who returns to the LCS after spending a majority of the split on Phoenix 1.
Yeah, and Team Liquid have elected to use Adrian this game, and if you look at the stats, it's not really a surprise. You look at what Adrian has done so far, pretty decent support stats as far as goal to 15 deaths per game in KDA, contrasting that to Matt, who is actually last place in the support position for all 3 of those categories. So hopefully this can be the final change. You can see Matt's stats right there. Hopefully this can be the final change Liquid needs to bounce back and start the progress in their split. Last week was a shaky win against Envy, and they have the hardest remaining strength of schedule. So this very much feels like a must-win for Team Liquid.
Absolutely. With only 2 weeks remaining, every single game counts. So let's go ahead and introduce the starting rosters. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas with Someday in the top lane, Chaser in the jungle, Keen mid, Lod bottom, X Special on support, and Coach Cop.
Yeah, Team Dignitas may be rounding into a dangerous team, but they have to keep the consistency going against this Team Liquid roster, which is retooled. We've got Lorlo in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle. Piglet is the mid laner, by the way, if you haven't been watching for the last few weeks, and Doublelift is in the bot lane with Adrian.
You missed the memo.
Totally new roster here, pretty much from 3 weeks ago for Team Liquid.
And we already heard Dash and Azale talk about this a little bit. Liquid, if you saw them on that graph, it was a good visual representation of exactly how difficult their remaining games are going to be, including this series right in front of us. They got 4 left to play.
Yeah, and it's also a reminder of how bad this team was doing before they decided to make these huge moves to bring in a bunch of big-name players, because not only were they in last place, they had also been in last place with the easiest schedule. So it just makes the turnaround even harder. They've mentioned before how the goal isn't necessarily playoffs. They just want to be able to move into that 7th or 8th seed and be safe from the relegation tournament. Playoffs would be great, but in order to get there, they pretty much have to go over Team Dignitas, since that's one of the main teams they're competing for that spot with.
Right, when you're comparing Team Dignitas to P1, to TSM, to the recently rough but previously very shiny FlyQuest, there's a few questions in there, and Liquid are going to be looking to provide some answers in solid form today. We'll have to see how patch 7.5 changes up the pick and ban phase as well.
Oh, and I'm so excited for this, especially with Doublelift coming back into the league. The Blade of the Ruined King changes, I think, are one of the less hyped moves coming into this patch, because everyone was talking about the LeBlanc and the Rise nerfs, but I feel like that brings Kalista right back into the meta. It's also a great first item on Lucian, who had some late game changes to his cast times that make him better. and those are two champions that Doublelift has historically excelled on. So I would love to see the AD carry position be true to its name and not necessarily just be the bot lane.
The lethality poke position?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I would love to see, after I initially saw a clip on Reddit of the new cast time Lucian and how clean he can look with 40% cooldown, I would love to see some hyper carry kind of a Lucian. But we'll have to wait and see if either one of the teams is up for that this time around. Bans 2/3 of the way done in the first phase. Rumble, Camille, and Graves banned away by Dignitas. Liquid taking Elise and Shen off the table with one more still to go.
Yeah, and you can see with Team Dignitas' bans, they're very heavily targeting the top side of Team Liquid's map. Lorlo actually has had some pretty darn good performances on Rumble and Camille. Not to mention, I feel like Rainovers look better on Graves than any other jungler. So it's interesting that they're kind of target banning the two people who have been on Liquid the entire split, rather than the guys who have been role swapping or recently brought into the team.
Yep, final ban on the side of Liquid is going to be Lee Sin, targeted towards that jungle as well. Rengar being hovered by Dignitas, thinking about locking that one in. Now switches back to the Lulu, which has been very popular recently.
We're seeing Lulu pretty much everywhere, it feels like. The Arden Sensor build paired with an attack speed focused AD carry has been so crazy. It's almost like you just have those things and suddenly you're putting together this protect the carry composition, although you still have a lot of flexibility. It was high priority last week. No surprise, it's super high priority right now.
Lorlo thinking about the Nautilus there in the top lane. Could potentially see it other places as well, but by and large, Nautilus is a top laner at this point in time. So locking that one in for Team Liquid, going to go ahead and beef up the front line first and foremost. Considering we do have two very different roles locked in at the start, we might not see matching everything in the first phase of the draft.
Yeah, exactly. And the Ezreal is a strong pick here for Doublelift. As well, it's not the Kalista or Lucian I was hoping to see, but if you look at Doublelift's return last week, he played 5 games. He played Jhin 3 times, in which his kills never were more than 2 in a game. He played Draven once, where he got 1 kill. Then he played Ezreal, and he hard carried the game with 8 or 10 kills. It was by far the best champion for him last week, and it puts him in a position to carry.
And changes like this that bring in a different style of champion back into the game can really make things go all over the place with which players seem like the best and which players seem like they've got some work to do. Just because the way the meta can favor or not favor you can have a huge impact.
Yeah, and speaking of the meta favoring or not favoring you, the Gragas has been someone who's slowly creeping up there in a jungle and a top lane position. No flexing in this case since they've already had the Rengar, and it's going to be a tank v tank matchup in the top lane. Going to get to see some Sunday Gragas.
Looks like Liquid is thinking about the Kazakhs, going to go ahead and lock that one in against the Rengar, the classic lore showdown between the junglers. But that does also mean, like I mentioned earlier, you're not going to have mirrored picks during the first part of this draft. The jungle and top lane picked up by both sides, but it's support versus AD carry, so those zones might be pinched out a little bit more.
Exactly, but what's interesting about that is, based on some things I've heard from Doublelift in interviews, he doesn't fear Laud's bottom lane champion pool, so Team Liquid might just be saying, we're not even going to bother trying to ban out that AD carry, even though it's mismatched. Instead, they're going to target Bandit King, who has been a good performer for Team Dignitas in recent weeks, while being an underperformer for most of the split, and that's where we're seeing almost all of this ban phase 2 coming at, is the mid lane.
Honestly, this recent surge from Dignitas, a lot of it has been thanks to better and better performances by Keen and by Chaser, really stepping up and performing for the team. And it's understandable why you would want to try to ban some champions away from the Victor and Cassiopeia, removed by Team Liquid. Ahri, the ban from Dignitas, they have 1 left, and it doesn't even go through. Okay.
Missed ban. That's so interesting. I kind of agree with you there when you say missing a ban is bad, because people will go through and say, oh, there's nothing important that we wanted to ban. We want to keep their options open. There is always something that you are not going to play that limits the options of your opponent.
Right.
And it's silly not to do that.
It is.
Right there. And I'm hearing through the magic of production that was actually an intentional no ban from Team Dignitas, but I just don't agree.
No, I can't agree with that whatsoever. It's like the people that take pictures of themselves on Twitter, oh, I took this on accident. Whoops, my bad. It's like, oh yeah, we just left this open. It was actually on purpose. No, there has to be a better option than simply leaving it open. But Dignitas will be going with that this time. Doublelift picking up the Vlad for Piglet.
Yeah, that's interesting as well, because so often you'll see the mid lane pick saved for the final slot, but with Keen having that successful Vladimir game last week, Piglet just sees that as a safe blind pick based on the things they've already banned. That's essentially what Team Liquid's Phase 2 of bans was building towards, was just getting rid of the things that Piglet wouldn't want to play Vladimir against and then locking it in quick.
Well, Dignitas going to go ahead, finally get the carries on their roster with a Caitlyn and an Orianna pickup to round out the draft.
Yeah, and this is a scary type of team composition when you are Team Dignitas, because the Caitlyn Lulu wins a lot of lanes. Orianna is a strong laner, so this is actually fairly similar to a composition we're going to see a lot of if these bans don't change, because you have two shielding champions that give you a great late game insurance with the fed Caitlyn, as well as having multiple lanes that can win and shove early. So you have some of your early game covered, as well as some late game insurance. The way Team Liquid is countering that here is the Ezreal Nami was pretty much the bread and butter lane for so many teams at Worlds, and there's two strong laners playing it. So if Doublelift and Adrian can win that bottom lane, then the shoving Team Dignitas lanes for late game insurance doesn't work quite as well, and I think that's actually a lot of what this game's going to hinge on.
Both teams also with those big tanky top laners and assassins in the jungle. One point that a lot of the conversation has been around recently is the fact that North America had a lot of strength in its junglers, and while they were on these carries at the start of the season, while that favored them, changes and nerfs and differences in the game have kind of removed the power level from those. So we'll have to see how both these players can perform on those champions that are not what they used to be.
Exactly, and it's something everyone's having to adapt to right now. In this game, there should be a lot of importance put on the bot laners. The completely new Team Liquid dual lane with Doublelift and Adrian on the Ezreal Nami against the Caitlyn Lulu. So the Varus Jhin games may be becoming a thing of the past. Currently, that's something I'm okay with.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough Varus and Jhin, enough first ban Varus every single game to last us for a little while. So Varus can take a break, go ahead and sit the bench for a little bit, but a nice scenic view through Summoner's Rift as we load into game number 1, just taking a peek through the trees, checking out what all the turrets look like from the side. Dignitas and Team Liquid, though, the time for admiring the scenery is over. The time for securing your spot during the last couple of weeks of NALCS begins now. Heading out of the base, fanning out in the usual pattern that you're going to see him at level 1.
Yeah, a surprisingly high-stakes game right here. If Team Dignitas does beat Team Liquid in this best of 3, they're completely safe from the promotion tournament. The worst they would be able to finish would be 8th place. And we've also mentioned that Team Liquid is currently 2 wins out of having enough wins to qualify for playoffs. And since this is their easiest of their remaining opponents, which still include TSM, Phoenix One, and FlyQuest, it's a must-win for them as well.
Right. If you're looking at those 4 teams, if you're looking at Dignitas, FlyQuest, P1, and TSM, Dignitas and FlyQuest are probably the 2 most manageable if you're Team Liquid, considering FlyQuest's recent downward trend. So you've got to make sure you're focusing on these opportunities that present themselves as, hey, even if this isn't going to be easy, it's likely going to be easier than the alternatives.
Oh, absolutely.
Dignitas, though, would love to be sitting in a spot where the word relegation doesn't even come anywhere close to their minds, especially considering earlier on in this split chat, we were talking about how they had a rough time at the start. They were tied for last at one point.
It's been a wild ride for Team Dignitas as well, because at the very start of the split, when they had Someday and he was crushing top lane games, and Team Dignitas won their first set, nearly beat Cloud9, who had just shown themselves as being the early front runners in the split, people were thinking, wow, the acquisition of Someday, who historically in the last 2 or 3 years has almost always been top 3 top laners in the world, coming into Team Dignitas thinking, of course they're going to be this top tier NA team. And then they went on that massive losing streak, and sometimes you wonder if a team is able to recover from those moments. And now you're not really sure what to think of Team Dignitas, because they've had their ups and their downs, and they're right in that deciding point to split when they're 2 games below 500 and trying to race towards playoffs.
They've roller coastered so hard that nobody knows if we're heading for another crest or another valley, and it's just, where are they actually going to end up? A question on a lot of people's minds, especially the Dignitas fans who cheering for this team to be able to make the magic happen, but we'll have to see if they can do it up against Team Liquid and this almost completely new bottom lane. Doublelift now with a little bit of experience with the team. Adrian now being brought in, like we mentioned, over Matt.
Yeah. The story of those guys is interesting as well. Doublelift got in to start practicing with the team on Wednesday. As he was getting on his plane to join the Team Liquid house, he saw that they'd also signed Adrian. with the announcement being that they would start with Matt the week that they were playing. So Adrian, slightly less time on the team than Doublelift. I'd imagine the majority of the practice last week was with Matt, but fairly early on into the last week of practice, they said they would be playing with Adrian. But even then, it's still like less than a week of full practice between Adrian and Doublelift, and it's the history of these players to kind of build trust and feel like they have each other's backs that'll show here. But you can't imagine them having a built-in synergy since they're such a young bot lane as a pair.
Right. You're at this point in the split. You're at week 8. A lot of the teams have been playing together for a good long while, and you're coming in saying, okay, we just started 1 week ago, and now we've got this do-or-die situation that we've got to prove ourselves in. It's just like what we heard Dash and Azael kind of talking about. This can't be good 2 weeks from now. This has to be good now. Liquid, their bottom lane, currently shoved up underneath the turret, but that's kind of the reality of laning against Caitlyn a lot of the time. Yeah. Like you said, the Caitlyn Lulu lane going to be very strong for the side of Team Dignitas.
Yeah, the European LCS that just had a lot of their top teams squaring off had a final game of Sven and Mithy playing the Caitlyn and the Lulu, and not only did they shove down the first turret fairly early with help of a lot of bot lane ganks, they also then just kind of took around the map and very early on in the game had a 3-turret to 1 lead. Team Liquid's got to make sure they don't let something like that happen in this one. And honestly, the Ezreal Nami is something that can stand pretty well against that lane. It's just a matter of trying to get enough wave clear to make sure their turret doesn't fall.
Right, Rainover hanging around here on the top side, sitting around just outside of vision in case they could get Someday to maybe go in there onto Lorlo, but he does not opt for that. So Rainover is going to be forced to just walk himself away for now. And talking about, we kind of talked about Someday being this big power pickup for Dignitas, but Lorlo hasn't been a slouch for Team Liquid either. This is the one guy who, as Team Liquid's been trying to figure out their problems throughout this split, Lorlo's been kind of the guy who people weren't blaming so much. Everybody else kind of took a turn, but Lorlo avoided more of it.
It's true, and you really do actually have to hand it to Lorlo. When you look at Team Liquid from last year to now, everyone has changed positions or just is no longer on the team except for Lorlo. He's the one remaining member.
He's the rock.
So he's really the guy that Team Liquid in a sense has been almost building around, even though you're never looking at him as the star. Yet, in a lot of games, they are putting him in positions to be the primary carry, and in this game in particular, he drew 2 bans on carries. When you look at the way this guy started his LCS career, he was the tank player that just needed to play utility. So props to him. Got to go up against Someday, who's also having a relatively strong split, but mainly we got to focus on this bottom lane because I do feel like that's where the main point of contention will be in the service.
Chaser hanging around here right now in this forward brush, likely not going to be given any opportunities to make any plays happen. The fan vote you saw on your screen just a couple of moments ago, 74, or it was 74 or 76. It was one of those 2 numbers. It was really close to 3/4 of people believe that Team Liquid is walking away with the win here.
Man.
That's a lot of faith.
Bold right there.
That is a lot of faith.
That 4-10 team, but the early game hasn't really showed us much yet. If we think about the overall team compositions, there is that late game insurance from Team Dignitas, assuming Laud has a good game. You're not going to be protecting an 0-4 Caitlyn that's going to carry a game because they're just not going to have enough gold. So a lot of this is on Team Liquid to hit the power spikes in between when Team Dignitas is going to have that protect the Caitlyn turning on.
Currently, both teams not doing anything too brave just yet. Level 6 coming online for solo laners and junglers all, though. Piglet getting himself caught out by the shockwave.
Someday's here, too.
Finding some damage. It's a 3-man attempt in the mid lane. Piglet going to go ahead, top the Sanguine Pool, but they already got the first blood. Rainover jumps his way into the fight. Going to be explosive cast right back. And Keen makes it 2-0.
Such a good gank by Team Dignitas right there as well. Level 6 power spikes, so mid laners are going to be trading ultimates. And Dignitas just throws everything at them. I loved the way Someday played that because every time Gragas comes to gank your lane, it is a guessing game between Body Slam Flash and being able to flash that spell. He flashed immediately after Piglet's Sanguine Pool was up. Now he's actually kind of caught up by Lorlo, though, and has nothing left.
Lorlo laying the smackdown onto him, but Someday still gets himself away and alive and feeling good, especially now that his team's up almost 1,500 gold from making that play in the mid lane. The coherent 3-man effort pays off.
Yeah, such a great amount of execution to bring the game down to Keen's lane and get him going as well. So watching this, Piglet's already low from the engagement, but Someday has snuck around and Chaser's there, so there's no way Team Liquid can match this. And unless Piglet flashes immediately, Someday kind of covered both bases. He had the body slam for if Piglet was going to flash super instantly, and if he didn't, he was flashing down. Like, it was pretty what somebody just did.
Chaser now finding Piglet yet again. Sanguine Pool going to be used. Piglet trying to get himself away. There's your flash. I don't know if it's going to be enough. One more Clockwork windup, but red buff. Red smite. Excuse me. Probably just both, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Either way, they get the kill again.
Yeah, and they're picking on Piglet right now. That was another smart gank from Chaser. The early game Rengar coming in big in this. It transitions immediately to the Infernal Drake. And this is one of the dangers, right? Orianna's already a strong laner. Lulu and Caitlyn have been shoving in, so now you're potentially having 2 to 3 winning lanes as well as the Infernal Drake. It's a tough snowball for Team Liquid to try and stop.
And let's talk about what we know about Piglet. This is a player who, if he's put in a spot where he's shut down early and kind of kept from being the carry that he wants to be, he's known to sort of tilt. And if that's what Dignitas can do to him early with repeated ganks and repeated focus, they might be able to put him into a state of poor mental focus.
Exactly.
To where he can't contribute.
I mean, if Piglet's been a player who has tilted as a marksman, the role he's played for 4 years straight, when you're in a less familiar environment in the mid lane, even though he has had good games there, I agree with you, tilt can be a big issue, but one of the stories here actually I feel like is Law Next Special. They have the compositional advantage to be able to shove in, but the fact that they are just mostly 2v2 killing this turret is a huge boon for Team Dignitas when they have such big advantages in the other lanes.
Right. They've already got themselves a 2,000 gold lead. This turret is so close to dying, all they got to do is put 1 extra body down there. Or probably not even needing that. Just a couple more minion waves with Law and Special continuing to push up, and they'll find turret first blood as well. And the advantages just keep building and stacking for Team Dignitas, who also grabbed the first Infernal Drake that we saw. Everything is going their way in the early game.
Yeah, and a lot of it then comes down to mid-game decision-making, where so much of the game can still be decided. I mean, Team Liquid, with their first game with Doublelift, had 3 kills within the first 4 minutes against Cloud9, and then Cloud9 has completely outmaneuvered them in the mid-game. Not exactly a good place for Team Liquid, a much better place for Team Dignitas, who has been surging lately and is out to a fantastic start.
So just has to staunch this bleeding for the time being, stop allowing Dignitas to play their game, find these successful plays, find these successful picks, especially on towards Piglet. The farm game being played by these teams, a 15 advantage for Lorlo in the top side, 25 advantage for Keen in the mid lane, though. You would kind of expect that after Piglet's been killed twice now. But
Yeah.
CS actually very, very similar between Laud and Doublelift, even though Doublelift's been under the turret the entire time, so not really keeping him away from any of those.
True, but if they get that turret, it's going to be so important. And Keen is just crushing Piglet right now. And the thing is, he's pushing with mostly impunity. This is the type of thing where you're going to be crying for your team to kind of relieve the pressure in your mid lane and want them to do it. But it's not...
Oh, not enough baby rage in the world to save you from that one.
But it's not realistic, is what I was going to say next, because even if you gank, Piglet's basically dead before it happens. This is... Team Dignitas is running over this early game.
Dignitas just bulldozing everything on the side of Team Liquid from their mid laner to their bottom lane turret. Turret first blood going the way of Dig, bringing them up to a 3,500 gold lead 11 minutes in. Keen putting in work on this mid lane tier 1 as well. Chaser gonna walk himself over here and contribute to the effort so these guys can try to bring this one down real quick too if they can. Couple more auto attacks will seal the deal. And Rainover sticks around a little bit too long. Chaser popping the ulti, looking to hunt him down if he can. Goes after him, flash for flash. The blast cone is not there in time. Rainover not respecting, hanging around that turret.
And they're swinging this map lead across the entire map. Now they're going for Lorlo.
Now they're going for Lorlo. Sunday's right there, already juggling him backwards, utilizing the power of the ulti. Lorlo's too tanky. They can't go underneath it for that one. But
yeah, you don't want to go too far, but Team Dignitas is putting forth just the right amount of controlled aggression. Keen playing with his advantage so well, and so much of this game is just expanding from the mid lane. Chaser has completely shut Rainover down. Laud and Special have kept Doublelift and Adrian shoved in. This is a 5,000 gold lead in 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's honestly insane. 5,000 gold lead in 12 minutes, 5-0 kill score, 2 turrets to 0, 1 Drake to 0. There's just a big bunch of zeros on the side of Team Liquid, and those are not acceptable at this point. They gotta find some way to get themselves onto the board somehow.
Yeah, these are the type of matches that have turned into perfect games in the past. I mean, we define, at least amongst ourselves, perfect games as no Drakes, no turrets, no deaths, as far as what you've given up. And they're exceedingly rare. But 5,000 gold lead 13 minutes in, and with how well Team Dignitas is playing, it's going to be tough for Team Liquid to come back here.
And Dignitas is just so adept at this game at taking an advantage and finding another advantage out of it. You're not seeing any of these plays just be, oh, okay, they got a kill. Nothing else happened. Kills are turning into more kills. Kills are turning into drakes. Turrets are turning into kills. There's just so much happening in this almost domino-style sequence.
Yeah, and you look at Team Liquid and you wonder where is the advantage supposed to come from for them. They were hoping that Doublelift and Adrian would be able to kind of out-sustain and weave enough skill shots into Laudeneck's special to win that lane. That didn't happen. Piglet got ganked by Chaser, and Oriana's already a super strong laner early game against the Vladimir, so Vladimir's more of a mid to late game power spike, but he's now down 2 levels, so that's not going to happen. And Warlord, despite the first pick Nautilus, has been completely outroamed by Someday, so across the board, it's been a 3-lane victory for Team Dignitas.
Keenan just 1v2 zoning away Rainover and Piglet from this tier 2. Now he's got the rest of Dignitas rotating up towards him to keep the push alive. Trap's gonna be stepped on, and Adrian is caught. Dignitas finds themselves 1 for free. Not gonna find anything else right now, but Team Liquid is just not able to stabilize this.
Yeah, as well as Team Dignitas playing the early game great. This is one of the strengths of the Oriana, Lulu, Caitlyn composition. You have shielding if they engage on you, but your siege is immaculate. You have the zoning of the traps, you have the zoning of the Oriana ball. There's not many places you can step to defend this, and then on top of that, you have the longest natural range of an AD carry in the game, pinging the turret down, and Team Dignitas played that seed great. Obviously, Adrian shouldn't have stepped on that trap, but you can see how instant the punishment was from Team Dignitas.
Timing couldn't be better either. They're going to walk out of the enemy jungle, taking away the blue buff, rotate themselves right down towards the Drake, pick that up as well. And everything keeps coming up Team Dignitas now. 6,500 gold ahead, 14 minutes in. Doublelift with his mana move completed, so at least he's got one item, sort of, online. He's still got to work on stacking it, though. And look at Piglet's itemization, Jet. He's got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Doublelift still hasn't converted his call. Piglet, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, it's
Spirit Visage first against the Oriana. I mean, that's another reason why he's getting smashed so hard. You have to be able to build defensively when you're behind in lane in order to split, and that is something that can come with experience in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of successful Vladimirs not straight up rush damage items like Piglet is doing here, but that's a compounding factor to this win so far from Team Dignitas.
You would think that you would go for the tank item when you're 0-3-0 and down 50
magic.
CS.
At least a single magic resist item.
Something to prevent Keen from just being able to have this 1 versus 1 kill threat on you at all times.
Especially when Piglet has ruined no magic resistance. He's, I believe, gone with cooldown. He hasn't even gone with cooldown reduction. I'll have to check after the game what his rune's down because he's at 0% CDR.
Just AP?
Wait.
Flat AP Quint, scaling AP Glyph?
He may not have runes, but we'll check on that afterwards.
That would definitely be an interesting spin on this. Piglet in the mid lane, you can see the stats there on your screen. Average gold difference at 15, -288. This game, -2,904, so only about 10 times as much. Definitely not the kind of start that he was looking for to bring Team Liquid victory in week number 8.
I got clarification. He does have runes. There's scaling AP runes.
Called it!
On blue. So good job, Captain Flowers. That is a thing you can do, but this is not exactly the Vladimir build of choice for 0-3 Vladimir's. Luden's Echo Rush. Tough to play when you're down.
Very, very much so, especially now that he's so far behind in not just the kill game, but the farm game. He's just bleeding out profusely. 178 to 115. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And we saw his performance against Echo Fox and Froggen previously, where Froggen had a massive CS lead over Piglet.
Piglet has definitely had some good games and some highlight plays on mid lane, but he has had a couple of games like this now where he just gets absolutely massacred. Big teleport coming in from Lolo. It might get interrupted by Gragas.
Someday not interrupting it. Someday still has his own TP available, but his team has managed to just sort of exit stage left, and Liquid's not able to collapse in time. Lorlo's still looking to start things off. Chaser going to be grabbed up, flashes himself away. Teleport and flash used by Lorlo in exchange for a flash from Keen and Chaser. While Someday is just hanging out bottom side, putting some more damage onto the turrets.
Yep, smart play by Team Dignitas, knowing they have the disengage from the Caitlyn, Lulu, and Oriana. It just gives Someday a bunch of extra free time to chip away at another turret.
No reason to take him out of that lane. Also allows him to catch up a little bit further in farm of his own, considering Lorlo did have a pretty nice lead for himself earlier. But when you're the one who's behind, sometimes you got to make those sacrifices. When your team is behind, you have to sacrifice your individual economy to say, hey, we can try to make some kind of a play. But when Dig walks away with it, feels bad.
Nautilus, as far as a team composition, is the main playmaker in there. So you can see why Lorlo wanted to try and make that play. It just wasn't there. So puts him a little bit further behind.
And these Drake spawns are just merciless too. Infernal into Mountain into Infernal again will be the next one. So a lot of pain is going to be heading the way of Team Liquid if Dignitas is allowed to continue picking these up for free. Look at the items completed on these guys. An entire Morello Namicon up for Keen's Orianna over Piglet's Vladimir. He's got the Luden's Echo completed now as well. Black Cleaver done on Chaser means he's going to be shredding the armor of Lorlo, who honestly hasn't even built any yet.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there.
That's one way to put it.
There's a lot of people that can get blown up on the side of Team Liquid, for sure.
At least the Caitlyn is not fully online yet. Only Runaan's Hurricane. Still putting those pieces of the Infinity Edge together. Double lift with the Ninja Tabby that you're starting to see become more and more common on AD carries. Working towards the Trinity Force as well. Could potentially be an Iceborne, you never know, but these days Trinity Force is the usual pick. Team Liquid is just stuck so far underneath their own turrets. You can see them trying to put vision down on their own side of the map. But there's no reason for either one of these teams to have any vision on the Dignitas side of the map because everything is happening on the Liquid side right now.
Yeah, it really is. And you can see Team Dignitas actually doesn't want to push too hard right now. Sometimes you could say you want to go and siege down the inner tier of turrets. But they just take a Rift Herald for a little bit of extra oomph right now before Baron spawns, and it also allows Laud to go back and get his Infinity Edge. I think now is the point where Team Dignitas is just going to go to make their next play. They're getting wards, they know Infernal Drake is coming up, they're going to secure that and then continue their push.
You got to respect the call to not go too deep onto the tier 2 turrets, to not set yourself up for a, well, I think this is kind of dumb, but we don't have anything else to do, so let's do it anyway type of play. Those are the kinds of things that throw away 7,000 gold leads at 20 minutes into the match, and Dignitas is not willing to succumb to that. They're wanting to play this slow and steady and find the advantages when they are really advantages. Drake spawning in about 45 seconds. Dignitas will just be shoving up, like we were kind of talking about, getting control over every bit of the map as that will be coming up. They've got 3 people in the top side. Laud the one with that Runaan's Hurricane and Infinity Edge now done. He's got plenty of pushing potential, especially with Xpecial hanging around to keep him safe. And Chaser nearby to turn any sort of a fight that Liquid might try to go for here. Someday continually splitting in that bot lane. Remember, he has TP still available. Lorlo's about 30 seconds off coming back up.
Yeah, and that is something that is also preventing Team Liquid from making plays, is if TL try and engage A, they kind of can because they're walking through Orianna and Caitlyn. But on top of that, if they expose themselves, they're going to get engaged on by Someday and Chaser from the flank.
You can see on the screen that just showed up, Dignitas currently 7-4 when they have a lead at 20 minutes into the game. So the stats favor them. The game currently favors them as well. Someday just deciding he doesn't even need his jungler. He can solo down this Infernal Drake. Agragas with the Spirit Visit and Sunfire Cape both completed at this point in time. Pretty tough dude.
Pretty tough to kill. Not the fastest killer of things.
But when you control the whole map,
it helps.
Yeah, just a little bit. When your opponents can't come anywhere even remotely close to you. Rainover trying to fire off some of those rockets. He did go ahead and evolve the spike second, especially since these guys are on the defensive. You want to make sure you can get as much poke as you can to kind of ward them away.
Yeah, there's no resetting jumps that Rainover is easily able to get. Still waiting on item power spikes from Team Liquid. You will want Team Dignitas to pick this up a little bit because they had, 5,000 or 6,000 gold lead 7 minutes ago. But that is something that I like about these team compositions that have the Caitlyn, Lulu, and Orianna is if they're not rushing to end the game off of winning lanes, they're still going to have a late game Caitlyn with a bunch of shields that is still super effective. So there's no rush, and Team Dignitas can just try and make a smart play.
Someday jumping himself on the wall. Tidal Wave going to be thrown out. Looking to make this team fight happen if they can. Someday going to be tanking. Rainover finding himself auto attack to death. Laud grabbing the kill. It's a 1-for-1. Chaser falls 2. Jungler for jungler. Piglet looking to make the damage onto Laud. Dignitas have to get themselves out of here. The fight has gone sour. Now they're able to find Piglet, maybe. Sanguine Pool not going to be jumped away from, but Lovelift's able to grab 1 kill as well. Xpecial grabbing the return kill onto him. Laud barely staying alive. Over the wall he goes. And Lorlo has now bit off more than he can chew. Dignitas on their way out Looks like they got caught, but they turn it right back around.
Yeah, a pretty messy fight considering the lead that Team Dignitas had going in, but they still come out on top, as you mentioned, 4-2, some very close margins towards the end of this fight. Watching it again, somebody doesn't get the initiation he wants, and then I actually don't like it when Lulu's ult their tank right as he initiates. This lowers their shielding on the back end, and Chaser and X-Special are very low right now, and X-Special has nothing with which to save him. Piglet doesn't necessarily get the greatest flank. You can see his scaling AP starting to have a little bit of an impact. Down the stretch here, Keen flashing while the pool is still up. Pretty risky, but he timed his shockwave just right. Then, a few things here. Watch Lorlo missing his Q onto Lather. That may have allowed them to close the kill. And when it did not, it just made Lorlo get chased down and killed pretty easily.
Team Liquid thought they had found success in that fight. They chased it as hard as they could, but now Dignitas might be looking to send Chaser in, make this happen someday on the flank, coming around from behind. TP from Lorlo too, but he's isolated. Rest of the team's nowhere nearby to be helping, at least not for a couple more seconds. Lorlo's gonna be killed before anything else even happens. Rainover gonna be thrown back with the shockwave. 2 dead on the side of Liquid. Adrian's gonna be number 3. Someday grabbing the killing spree on that one. 3 for 0 for Dignitas. They're all set up around the Baron pit as well. Ace in the hole gonna be fired off. Piglet is not in the kind of spot he wants to be in. Someday closing in. Body slam not gonna be finding him, but the barrel does, and Keen picks up yet another.
Yeah, that might be the fight that seals the deal. Lorlo tried so hard to get an initiation, and that was one of those situations where your initiation in a vacuum is great. He knocked out 4 people with his ultimate, but the team just wasn't in a position to follow up. And that led to a pretty clean fight win for Team Dig.
Very clean fight for Team Dignitas, taking the Baron off the back of it. 12,000 gold, Jet, at 25 minutes.
That's a lead.
Is that possible to win?
Yeah, it's so interesting. We have these, you know, what is their record with a gold lead at 25 minutes? It's like, whoa, they're 8-4. What is the record with a 10,000 goal lead at 25 minutes? Probably undefeated for most teams.
I would guess for most teams.
Yeah, if they can get it. So watching this fight, it's a double TP for both top laners, both actually attempting the flank. So Someday was distracting Team Liquid, whereas Lorlo was actually getting hit by Team Dignitas. So as far as the effectiveness of those TP flanks, Someday wins the day there. Team Dignitas did take a little bit of damage, but it didn't matter because of how far ahead they are, and Someday is completely untouched. So even though there's a few low members on Team Dignitas, nowhere was Team Liquid actually close to a kill. And now with the Baron buff, it's going to be a very tall task for Team Liquid to stop an inhibitor setup.
Baron buff, a 3,000 HP Gragas, a lot of Caitlyn traps, shields from both Orianna and Lulu, as you've mentioned plenty of times already. This is a team that is a very scary thing to have sieging up outside of your base, outside of your inhibitor turrets. But that's the reality Liquid has right now, firing off the tidal wave. Adrian looking for the bubble, going to be fighting that one on to Lod, who has to get himself away. Redemption going to be channeled, ultimate from Lorlo. But Piglet has already been killed. The cast comes back, Adrian drops, and Dignitas is looking to end this one pre-30 minutes. One more shot on a double lift should do it. Lorlo going to be body blocking the ace in the hole, but the inhibitor falls in bottom lane. Dignitas still 5 men strong, pushing onto the next.
Yeah, desperation engaged there by Team Liquid. Near 0 chance of winning that team fight, and Team Dignitas might just push through the end.
Rainover is just sitting off to the side, knows there's nothing he can do, no way he can possibly jump into this. Fires off the Void Spikes, but what are those going to contribute to anything? You've still got 5 seconds on Adrian, 5 seconds on Piglet. And in a very impressive, very dominant showing, Dignitas is going to take game number 1.
And there it is.
And there we go. I almost went a little bit too early, but Dignitas walks away with the win, and they look damn fine doing it.
Yeah, they had a lot of momentum from week to week, having winning against CLG as well as Echo Fox. And you always wonder whether or not a team is going to be able to keep that going moving into the next week. And at least for this game, Team Dignitas not only kept momentum, they built on it, because that was a complete stomp of Team Liquid. We've had very few games that end this early with this big of a gold deficit, so super impressive there by Team Dig.
And just from start to finish, that very first play in the mid lane, the 3-man play into the double kill, Dignitas, where they were just all on the same page. They all knew exactly what they wanted to do. There were no times where you were really looking at this game and being like, all right, it seems like they're kind of confused, they're kind of lost, they don't know what they want to do next. It was just boom, 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 boom. and it was done.
Yeah, that's not one of those games where you look at a team that is just on the edge of playoffs and they get a big lead and you think, well, they got that. What are they going to do with it? And then they kind of meander around and you think this team doesn't know what they're doing. No, like the way they closed this game, even though they were up against an opponent that has a very new roster and has been last place for most of the split, looked very good. And that's the type of game that gets you hyped for the chances of Team Dignitas later in the split, maybe even in the playoffs.
Well, for more on that dominating win from Team Dignitas, let's send things over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Azael, there is quite a lot to unpack here. Not a pretty game for Team Liquid and a very dominant victory coming out of Team Dignitas at the start of our series here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this one was pretty much a disaster from the get-go. I mean, yes, the draft, I think, is fine. I think there's a lot of stuff that you can talk about as far as the rising priority of Lulu. You know, I know you were talking about, and I think that's something that's become so big in the NALCS. These sort of protect the AD carry comps are really rising, and that was showcased very well here, but the game was not about that.
Exactly. The game was all centered around the mid lane. A really intelligent roam from Team Dignitas, bringing the top lane and the jungler here. 3-man gank onto Piglet, who opted for very aggressive summoner spells here in the game, means an early first death and kind of sets Keen rolling for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a great early play from Dignitas that does set them up, but there's a lot of stuff to question here. Okay, he goes Ignited instead of Ghost, so most people are going to play for a more defensive mastery there. Doesn't have it available, probably could have avoided some of these deaths with that. He also doesn't go Storm Raiders, he goes Deathfire. He goes full scaling AP instead of scaling CDR, no MR ruined at all either there. So he's going super, super aggressive. Then it's like, okay, sweet, I just got first blooded. I'm down a lot in CS.
What do I buy?
Rod, right? Like, almost everyone goes Spirit Visage first in these sorts of AP matchups because Vlad's early game sucks. You need the CDR, you need the magic resist and the increased regen to be able to kind of sustain through those lanes. And then you get to this point where you're almost, they don't hurt you anymore and you can start to fight back. Right? I mean, so he went super aggressive in all ways. He goes for Ignite, which he literally didn't use until 26 minutes into the game.
In an unwinnable situation. Yeah.
So the whole thing was just a disaster, and he was so far behind that it's like, the stuff that's happening in the other lanes almost doesn't matter.
Right. I mean, I think the big takeaway from the other lanes would be that, hey, cool, we get to see kind of how Lulu and Caitlyn is a very powerful pushing lane, even into the likes of Anami, who is normally a pretty lane-dominant champion. Okay, great. We're seeing the effectiveness of those two champions and maybe the changing landscape of the ADCs. But outside of that, yeah, you can't really look at the play too much. Doublelift was last hitting just fine under turret in the top lane. Okay, Someday made a really intelligent roam down, but Lorlo wasn't necessarily losing that lane in the 1v1. So all of the focus there around the mid lane and the junglers as well. If we're going to look at the junglers maybe briefly, we can talk about Reignover on the Kazakhs not having much of a presence, you know, to go up against Chaser in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, he really wasn't able to get much done. And anytime you're playing Rengar and you're able to basically free farm to level 6 and the Kazakhs hasn't done anything yet at this point, you are so happy about that. And not only that, but he makes his first ultimate work, which is so important to get that snowball rolling. And you know, just to put it in perspective how badly Piglet is losing, he was down just about 3,000 gold at 15 minutes, not his team.
Right, him individually.
As a player, individually, down, and he's still building in towards a Luden's Echo. And what is his second item? It's not a Spirit Visage.
Nope.
He starts building towards a Death Cap as a second item. I just don't know what's happening there. Like,
right. And so this is where we get to, again, we don't want to take anything away from Dignitas here because they took their lead and they ran with it. I mean, we were close to having our first perfect game of the split there. And so again, all credit to Dignitas for what they accomplished in this game. But if we're looking at Team Liquid and the story of this organization here in 2017, man, it is almost getting worse when you consider the names that they're bringing in.
Yeah.
At this roster on paper, Lorlo, Reignover, Piglet, Doublelift, Adrian, at the beginning of the split, I probably would have told you this is a top 4 team, even with the role swap to mid game or to mid lane. And yet, none of that's coming to fruition.
And I mean, what it really does showcase is that League of Legends is a team game. You have probably the most expensive roster in either of the EU or NALCS, probably, I would imagine, by quite a bit.
Yes.
So they have bought up a lot of talent, but if the team does not have time to work together and does not gel really well as a team, it doesn't matter how many good individual players you have. And I mean, they barely scrape by Envy, they get blasted by Cloud9.
Yep.
They looked awful in Game 1 against Dignitas. We'll see if they can rebound.
I was saying, we hear about how the new changing, morale in Dignitas. Everything's, upward trend for them there. A win like this is only probably going to propel them further. Player of the game going to Keen this time around. Team helps him get rolling, but then he absolutely takes over the game himself.
Yeah, and keeps it rolling from last week. He looked great last week. He was super dominant in this game 1 as well. Obviously, I think he had some help from Piglet.
Yep.
But he had some help from the rest of his team too. But he also just played great. I mean, once he had blue buff, he had his lost chapter. You could see him bullying out and getting that solo kill very, very well.
Yep.
He played aggressively. I think throughout the game, he hit great shockwaves in team fights, very well timed on Piglet coming out of the pool and things like this. So he played great across the board.
Right.
And in a world where Keen is playing this well, somebody has been performing solidly, and the bot lane is scary. It's like this is a frightening team.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look towards playoffs, and the top end of the standings, you're looking at people like Jensen and Bjergsen across from him in the mid lane. So he's going to need to have continued performances like this for Dignitas to find success. When we come back, we'll see if Team Dignitas can close out the series 2-0 or if Team Liquid will recover in Game 2. Join us here after the break.
I played ADC today.
Alright. This is the winning team fight
Give
right
me
here.
Kate, guys.
I saw Piglet practicing AD carry
Come on,
this
dude.
morning.
I saw your Kate in Game 5 versus CLG.
Wait,
One more Caitlyn.
Piglet gonna go ahead, pop the Sang with Pool, but they already got the first blood. Rainover jumps his way into the fight, gonna be explosive cast right back. Chaser popping the ulti, looking to hunt him down if he can. Goes after him, flash for flash.
Right, no flash.
Ignite.
Maybe. No, 이지라. 이지라 flash. Nice.
Piglet has already been killed. The cast comes back, Adrian drops, and Dignitas is looking to end this one pre 30 minutes.
it's like really big for our team that Doublelift is joining us and helping us. Like Doublelift is really good shot caller, and our team had like a lot of issue about like being undecisive, but at least like even though he was like out of like the like competitive scene for a long time, maybe like half a year, like he like still have a lot of like good ideas, and he's really decisive and he's really good shot caller. So I think him being on the team is like really nice, and I think if we have like slightly more practice, maybe like 1 week practice, I think we can be like an extremely strong team.
Practice is very much important to getting things done in LCS as it is in everything else, and that is one of the big problems for Team Liquid right now, is they haven't had a lot of time to get those practices in. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Team Liquid and Team Dignitas, and Liquid really wants to bring it back.
Yeah, and we do hear about Team Liquid thinking they have a strong shot and thinking they can improve, but that game was not that improvement. There was a 6.7 thousand gold lead at 15 minutes, and just for some context on what that means, across the entire NALCS, that was the 5th largest lead any team has had on anyone this split, and also Team Dignitas' largest lead at 15. So while Team Liquid is making all these roster changes, Team Dignitas, with the roster they started the split with, just had their best first 15 minutes of a game all split.
Team Dignitas is playing the real-life version of a don't worry, we scale team comp. Because they started off rough, everything was going bad, turrets were falling, everybody was feeding, and they said, don't worry, we scale. Trust the process. And now the process has been trusted, they're starting to hit 6 items, and everything is falling into place.
And I think one of the big wild cards in this, COP coming in and I feel like improving their draft phase is a factor. I think the larger factor is the number of raw hours that Someday and Chaser are putting into learning English, and then that allowing them to actually communicate as a team is working wonders for these guys. And now they're looking like a team, which is very impressive.
Yeah, we talk about how important that communication is and how much it actually means, but when you think about and actually compare having 5 people able to coherently communicate with each other as opposed to, okay, Keen's just going to translate between the top half of the map and the bottom half of the map, and we're sort of going to hope it works. It's 2 completely different worlds, and it does take a long time to pay off. It honestly does. Nobody learns a language just drop of a hat.
Learning language takes lifetimes sometimes. It takes years, especially when you're trying to do it past childhood. So it's not like you just flip a switch and you can now communicate. So it's a very long process, and props to these guys for going at it.
Absolutely. Jumping into game number 2, picks and bans now. We'll have to see what Liquid wants to change around to find success here. They are going to be on blue side this time, so that means they will have first pick priority to maybe grab themselves something high up on the tier list. Graves banned away by Dignitas, Liquid taking Vlad and Elise off the table.
Well, they don't want Keen to have Vladimir, and they do not want Piglet to have Vladimir against Oriana again, so I understand the logic there. I like seeing how the ban phase progresses throughout this, hoping that on this patch we can get more target bans, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Team Dignitas at least. The Graves, Camille bans were something they did on blue side, and they're just doing the same on red side with the Lulu ban being the tweak.
Lulu taken away, making sure that it doesn't get first pick this time. We have seen so many first picks on that champion over the past couple of weeks. They're probably saying, look, if this is up, Liquid's definitely taking it. Don't let that happen.
Yeah, especially don't let Team Liquid do a protect the Doublelift team composition. Smart ban, leaves Rumble up, which is what is picked, but it was going to be Lulu or Rumble regardless.
That locked in for Liquid. Dignitas now has their opportunity to respond. Plenty of strong champs still left on the table, and of course, with it being a new patch, we don't actually know what is the strongest right now in some cases. There's been enough changes to shake things up a little bit. You can tell just by the fact that Varus isn't in every single ban phase.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, I like moments like this in the competitive scene when teams get to have their own opinions on what is the best. And they haven't necessarily just come to these league-wide agreements. So much of it is on the analysts and the players to know what is best for them.
people clash opinions all the time, but this is one of the few chances right after a new patch where you get to see that clash of opinions actually demonstrate itself physically on Summoner's Rift as I believe this champion is best, you believe that champion is best. We're just going to pick them, and then that's going to prove who's actually right, as opposed to, oh, I believe I'm right because I have 200 games of evidence on this patch.
There we go.
Chaser and Someday picking up the Lee and the Malzahar first and foremost for this team.
Yeah, so not revealing too much of their overall plan right there. Malzahar, a good support to make sure you're shoving in, and that is one of the ways you can try and neutralize Doublelift as much as possible, is just shove him into turret, and then it's going to be hard for him to accumulate a large advantage.
Rainover picking up Rek'Sai on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai versus Lee. It's a pretty classic matchup.
It is. Rek'Sai has been a great pick against Lee Sin pretty much since he was released, because if Lee Sin tries to take the Q in on you, you need to burrow and right-click on him, and you're going to interrupt that second half of the damage application. With that being said, we have not seen very much Rek'Sai this split. He's been a seldom picked champion, although arguably it has been Rainover's most successful champion in competitive play along with Olaf. So kind of going back to basics here for Team Liquid in this match.
Liquid also picking up the Karma for themselves, as Dignitas thinking about that Nautilus if they want to lock that one in, and they do as their final pick of the first phase.
Yeah, that is not a pick that necessarily bullies Rumble, but if you do get ahead, the Nautilus and the Lee Sin can punish it very heavily. So someday just kind of picking what the team needs and looking to be successful that way.
Both teams still needing mid laners, so we might see that heavy mid lane focus that we saw during the last second ban phase here again this time.
Yeah, so last game, it was quite interesting because you can see the Ahri ban from Team Dignitas. They actually opted not to ban another. The Cassiopeia and Victor bans were on the side of Team Liquid because we thought it was because they wanted to pick the Vladimir. So this is where things can kind of change up, and instead they marked that ban down to Laud's Caitlyn.
Taking the Caitlyn off the board, those traps, we saw how effective the siege was last time around, how much Dignitas could do once they got that advantage. Taking the Caitlyn off the board means that they're not able to create such a ridiculous wall to have to ram your face into over and over again to try to overcome those obstacles if they do fall behind. One ban left to go for Dig.
It almost
Ahri.
looks like they're just going to let the timer... Nope.
Nope. All right,
Very
they
close
actually
to letting
picked
the
one
timer
this
run out
time.
again. Good. Thank goodness.
No, whoops, we didn't mean to.
Yeah, banning out the Cinder, making sure Piglet doesn't have access to that type of lane bully. This time opting to heavily ban Piglet, kind of the same way they did last time in the second ban phase.
One more for Liquid, though. Who's it going to be? Focusing on mid laners or AD carries, most likely. Unless they think that's a mid lane Malzahar. It will be Victor taken off the table.
Right, so that means 3 mid lane bans. Cassiopeia's still there, as far as I can tell. That means Keen would be a prospect to pick it. He's had some really good games on Cassiopeia, as has Piglet. So normally you want to save this for your last pick in a role, but I wonder if this is a situation where you would go Cassio.
Ooh, Varus being hovered even after the nerfs. I don't know if he's going to go lethality or normal or maybe something with the new Bork, but he's locked in.
Yeah, so the nerfs on Varus were basically around the cooldown on his Q, and then also if you proc Blight stacks with it, then it goes back to a more reasonable cooldown, but it had a very large impact as far as his win rate is concerned. We've still seen it in Europe, once with a Blade of the Ruined King Hurricane build, and once also with the lethality build that we're used to, which actually still won. So it's a nerfed version of the Varus that was permabanned, but still, these teams are willing to pick it.
Liquid locking in that Cassiopeia you were talking about for themselves. They know that Dignitas is going to have the last pick in this draft, so they can't wait and see if they can get some kind of a counter pick for it. If they want it, they got to go for it now, and that's the trigger they're going to pull.
And that's why I'm a little surprised that Keen didn't just pick the Cassiopeia himself. Mainly because Piglet was going to pick it anyway, and we cursed ourselves last game when we got the Caitlyn Ezra match and thinking, man, Varus and Jhin, you're done for.
Get out of here,
Now they're
but
back.
nope.
They're back.
It's just going to be another throwback to good old 7.4. Varus and Jhin, the lethality users, lethality abusers. Might not be using and abusing it this game. Like you already said, we'll have to see. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. One more pick left for Dignitas to round out this draft, and it's going to be that Orianna.
Yeah, and Keen's Orianna was so solid last game. Not a big surprise that he wants to go back to it this time. I prayed that Piglet puts like a little bit of defense anywhere in his build. He's going with the Dignitas, has been pretty customary for him in the mid lane, but he needs to have a better game in the mid lane if Team Liquid want a chance.
We can understand not taking the cleanse in this specific matchup, right? Because normally Cassiopeias like to take that, but up against a Malzahar, it does not work.
Yeah.
So you're going to be buying the QSS anyway because of Malzahar's ultimate. So
Yeah.
cleanse is just a little bit redundant. I can understand that one.
Yep, you could also be bringing the Ghost, which was pretty common on Vladimir, can be common on Cassiopeia, but Piglet wanting a little bit of extra kill threat. It has been one of his specialties in mid lane. He's been able to pull off a number of solo kills, so that is what he's going for here.
Remember those fancy games from Piglet that you were talking about that you mentioned before, where Piglet has had a couple of good showings since moving to mid lane? Cassiopeia is one of the champs he can do that on.
Yeah, taking a final look at the team compositions. Relatively matched, aside from the tankiness from Someday in the top lane. Team Liquid will probably have a tank in Reignover's Rek'Sai, so team fights are still going to be relatively standard looking from this split in the LCS.
Return of Varus and Jhin, though. I can't believe we were only allowed to actually live that dream for one match.
Yeah, can we really call it a return?
Yeah,
the second game back in patch 7.5.
I wanted to have just a little bit more time away from them, but
they're back. It's fine.
You ever have one of those moments when you were a kid and your parents left to go to the store or something, you were like, cool, I'm all by the house by myself and I can turn the music up real loud and play video games all day?
Yeah.
And then your parents came back in 10 minutes because they forgot to pick something up? That's what I feel like right now. Varus and Jhin are back. My parents came home early and now I can't play my music real loud.
You're saying you don't have fun watching Varus and Jhin? That's the thing, right? We see so many League of Legends games. I always get excited by variety. It's not that I am necessarily opposed to Varus and Jhin as concepts, but they are more utility-based ADs. And I like seeing the players in this game, like Doublelift and Laud, having more expression when they play. So that's essentially why we're a little bit bummed out to see Varus and Jhin. But from a compositional and competitive standpoint, it makes sense. They have been successful for a lot of the year. I personally don't think the Varus is a good pick right now, but I understand why you play it.
Well, let's see if Laud can repeat the magic from EU earlier in the day, make the Varus work out. He is going to be starting off with the longsword and the 3 potions for himself. Looks like it's going to be the Doran start for Doublelift Jhin, though. We've kind of seen that go out of favor recently.
Yeah, on top of that, he has Warlords on Jhin instead of Deathfire Touch, which...
Both were changed.
Warlords was changed, but even with that, I just do not see a world in which Deathfire Touch is not the best mastery on Jhin. He has so many natural AD conversions as well as bonus AD just on attack damage. Like, it is just, I feel like, unquestionably the best mastery on him. So that's kind of adding to some of the, in my opinion, some of the more uncommon decisions that Team Liquid players have made. Piglet with his scaling ability, power blues, and no magic resist on his build. And Piglet now running into Chaser level 2.
Piglet, I don't know about this one, bud. That's first blood for Dignitas. Woo! What were you doing down there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I need to see that again. I think he was going for a ward or something, but then as he wanted to get the ward over the wall maybe, but Chaser had already beaten the spot. So much of this is Chaser's jungle path, right? He starts red buff and goes immediately for a gank. And then Piglet's trying to get the ward over top, and he just catches him beforehand. This is, while it looked really bad for Piglet, and that was my initial reaction, it's actually a crazy play by Chaser. So many junglers start Raptors, then go red, and then maybe would do a cheesy gank. But Chaser got up there so fast. That jungle path
That was cheese among cheese.
Really caught Piglet off guard. It was a one-camp gank, but Piglet ended up walking immediately into it. I would love to go back and watch Piglet's early laning phases and see if he has that warding pattern, and see if that was a response by Chaser by scouting that, because that's going to have huge implications there, giving him that first blood, and it's a huge payoff. And now he gets Adrian again while walking. They're going for double lift.
Oh, now they're looking for double lift. Exhaust is down. Double trying to get himself away from this when the crabs are on him. The heal is popped. It's not going to be doing anything. Adrian gets himself out with double lift down. It's a 2-0 game for Dignitas. Keen, not going to be caught out by Reignover today just yet, but Reignover still gets himself in there, finds the kill. But can he escape? Looks like it shouldn't be too hard with the minion wave shoved up. Liquid gets themselves on the board.
Yeah, I don't know how Keen got so low there, so credit to Piglet for prepping that gank to Reignover. Really do want to talk about Chaser, though. He had killed red buff, blue buff, and Grump, and 2 champions. He almost had more kills than CS early on in the game, with just massively effective ganks. Watching the mid lane, remember there is still an Ignite on Piglet, so he just lands the Q and starts going all in while Lee Sin is bottom. So this is the reason why Piglet has the Ignite. He pushes Keen really low, Rainover then knows he still has flash, and both summoners are down for Keen. Not to mention everyone is shown on the map, so tunnels in and just pretty nice that Rainover is also able to flash the Q from the Orianna ball, allowing him to take the turret shots. Pretty good gank all around to kind of recover Team Liquid from what was a disastrous opening.
Not only recovering them in terms of just the gold comparison between the teams, but recovering them in momentum as well. Just the fact that they're not letting Dignitas run away with this game without getting themselves on the board for so long again has got to be good for at least team morale.
Yeah.
Rainover getting himself back into his own jungle now. Deciding to just back away from Chaser, who's got the Caulfield's Warhammer and the boots both picked up, not bothering with the jungle items, just going for that combat potential. Gonna be very scary in these games.
Yeah, it's Chaser just continuing the fight champions strat right now. The worry, though, is Rainover did actually do a severe amount of counter jumping. He took the Raptors as well as the Krugs. So a lot of times when your jungler is doing these very low camp, high game strategies, it can make them fall behind. It hasn't gotten there yet for Chaser, but with all these camps on cooldown, he's going to want to make something effective happen. Piglet does have flash, but here's Chaser.
Chaser crept right past that ward. Miasma thrown down, plus the flash used by Piglet means he gets himself away safely, but that was some good wall hugging from Chaser to keep out of vision.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it is good that he burned the flash, allowing for a return gank. But if we're looking at jungle efficiency, the CS lies to you a little bit because Rainover has taken Raptors and Krugs, which is like a 15 CS camp, whereas Chaser is generally focused on single target camps. But the efficiency of this route, Rainover is doing a full top to bottom clear, and as Chaser had his counter jungling opportunity at the Raptors, the Raptor camp spawned basically right after he went for the gank. So Chaser's still walking around a jungle which doesn't have respawn camps yet, and Rainover actually ahead of him in experience.
Ahead in experience, but dead even in gold. 25. Not even the cost of a potion separates these two junglers right now in terms of economy. Someday farming up in the top side. Down a little bit in farm compared to Lorlo's Rumble, and we mentioned it earlier on, but these two are kind of the biggest difference in terms of team comp between the two sides right now. Rumble the big damage threat, while you have the tank Someday.
Absolutely.
Lorlo.
And Lorlo taking a lot of poke. At level 6 on Rumble, he's feeling pretty comfortable in his ability to duel, but he has no wards. So Lorlo's got to be very careful about where he shoves up.
Vlad going for the pickaxe first on Varus. So is that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what that's even indicative of.
I believe that could be part of the new build path for Blade of the Rune King. I haven't played.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I actually have no idea what Blade of the Rune King builds out of now.
Get confirmation on that very quickly, but the longsword could be the Vamp Scepter. Very much for that build. Blade of the Rune King is a good item in this sense because it has so much of what you need in attack speed, attack damage, and lifesteal. So it's one of those generically good items at this point, but look out.
Oh, Lod in a generically bad situation, getting himself CC'd and bursted down. The Ignite's still ticking. He gets himself away with under 100 HP remaining. He's got to head back to base.
Yeah, I've been told the pickaxe doesn't build in to Blade, so Egg is only partially on our faces because we didn't say it was for sure.
Right, we said it might be.
Now we're gonna wonder exactly what that pickaxe is for.
2 daggers now added into the inventory. He's got all sorts of stuff hanging around there. The Chaser with his kick up, Dragon's Rage makes Lee Sin a much scarier proposition when he works his way into your lane, especially with the flash also available for him. Low on HP right now, so probably gonna be healing after the Krug camp, but then it's going to be on him to find a play somewhere to make to continue to build the Dignitas lead. Game is currently looking very close. Game number 1, though, didn't start running away for a while. That first big play that Dignitas made obviously went well for them, but Liquid's keeping things a little bit closer this time around.
Yeah, and if I'm going to speculate a little bit more into Lod's build, with the double daggers, he's probably going, you'd imagine Blade of the Rune King. The pickaxe can be part of an Edge of Night. It's hitting a couple of different buckets, which is strange to me in this current game, but I'm looking forward to see where he goes with it.
Piglet thinking about setting a trap here in the river. Instead, just going to be finding an enemy control ward to clear out while Chaser tries to give away this blue buff over to Keen. Help him maintain that much more lane presence, lane pressure, lane power with the extra mana and cooldowns. Big special, still not level 6 in the Malzahar. Once that shows up, especially once Vlad has Chain of Corruption to go with it, that could be a very desirable gank target.
Yeah, and even though they were taken very low in that lane earlier, the fact that they're able to hold all of their summoner spells could give them a quick level 6 power spike when they have an exhaust, 2 no ignite, from Team Liquid. And even looking a little bit back to game 1, this is a substantially better start for Team Liquid. Just because they haven't essentially lost the game by 9 minutes at this point and still have a lot of damage that can scale up to double kill.
Piercing arrow just barely not finding its way onto double lift down there as Chaser hangs out over the wall, wants to go for Piglet again if he can. Shockwave finds its mark. Chaser jumping into the fight, petrifying gaze, not going to be stunning up. Keen heal gets popped. Rainover zoning Chaser away from this one. Chaser looks to find the flash into the Sonic Wave, but will not get it.
Yeah, Chaser goes for a big play by trying to flash past the burrowed Rainover to get an execute onto Piglet, but the sweet sidestep burns Chaser's flash for no effect. Props to Rainover for being positioned for that aggressive play, but now Piglet does need to be able to play some defense in this lane. At least he built some magic resist early on.
Rainover coming in, now trying to make his move with the flash, into the knockup, into the damage. Flash away from Keen. He's not going to be brought down this time.
Yeah, it may push him back to base. So Rainover definitely trying to help out Piglet right here. Going to be a battleground. Chaser coming back now. Chaser still has ultimate.
Special's also working his way up here through the river. This could turn into a bigger battle than just a 2v2 as Lorlo is going to be ulted by Someday. We're going to maybe finish this one off. The Riptide comes out but doesn't find its mark, and Lorlo walks away.
Yeah, they traded ultimates there, actually. And you could think that Someday was hoping to force Lorlo's flash that ultimate, but Lorlo stood his ground and knew he was relatively safe because he cleared enough distance running away from the depth charge.
Lod clears out a control ward. Chaser waits right behind him just in case there was anybody waiting to jump on him there. Would have been able to set up the trap. Those ultimates are online for both Lod and Xpecial. Double Lift also has Curtain Call now, but that's one of the problems with Karma is you don't feel that same impact with the level 6 as everybody else does. So Adrian feeling a little bit left out. Piglet gets himself a blue buff, though, to kind of answer what Keen was able to do earlier as Chaser brings Xpecial and Lod over towards the Drake. Not Infernal this time around, but it looks like it should still be a free pickup for these guys as Team Liquid's bot lane is backing.
Yeah, and part of that is shoving lane from Malzahar. Part of that is just Chaser having the right map position to go for the Cloud Drake. Always love it when teams are able to secure the Drake at essentially no cost. Delays the recall by 1 wave for Lod and Xpecial, and they get the Drake on top of it.
Wave being shoved up down there too. 98 CS to 83 there in the mid lane. 15 advantage on the side of Keen. Last game, he was able to build up a nice CS advantage for himself, largely because his opponent was dead an awful lot. This time around, Piglet only dead the first time, so not having that same disadvantage through there. Keeping up a little bit, has the tier, stacking that up. The defensive option that you talked about, you'd at least like to see a little bit of it. He has the Negatron Cloak in inventory, so looks like he's building towards an Abyssal Scepter with that one.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Abyssal Scepter, and why I always harp on mid laners who are push back in lane and don't build all magic, is you don't actually have to upgrade it. You just need the magic resist. The component is so efficient and it will still turn into a good late game item. So there we go. We got the magic resist on Piglet.
That's all we needed. Just some kind of resistance to Keen one-shotting him or coming close to one-shotting him. Throws out the Miasma. Such a fantastic zoning tool on that spell with the ability to ground opponents from using any sort of a movement skill. This makes everybody really afraid to kind of come anywhere near it, thinking that they might put themselves in a spot where Cassio can land Fang into Fang into Fang as Lorlo, now rotating himself closer towards mid lane, might be looking to make some kind of a dive here. There comes your multiple ultis, more damage coming through. Shockwave to get himself away. Keen going to be sidestepping away from that 4th shot now, as well as Someday looks to mount the counterattack, finds a little bit of damage onto Rainover, but nothing really. Dignitas repels the attack.
Yeah, and it's keeping the game pretty close. TL keeps going for minor plays, but this game really yet to break itself open. Good amounts of playmaking on Team Dignitas. It feels like they're almost just trying to bide their time before they make a move, but they do not have the lane advantage they had in the last game, so it's making it much more difficult to make an aggressive play.
Liquid actually up by just the slightest of gold margins, 200, 13 minutes into this match. I believe last game at 14 minutes, Dignitas had a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead, so much, much better performance this time around from Liquid, holding on much better. 87-51 in the jungle in terms of the farm. Again, a lot of that is Krugs, it's Raptors, it's just the natural differences between the way the camps count, but Rainover keeping himself relevant in the jungle, going for a more utility-based path with the Sightstone, whereas his opponent just goes for the Tracker's Knife to give himself the woods.
Yeah, Lee Sin very often goes trackers for the ward jumping capabilities, and this Sightstone build is something we did see from Rek'Sai's last split, but not always with the Tiamat. Oftentimes you would see someone do a Tiamat into a very aggressive, like quick Cinderhulk rush to Titanic, or you'd see a Sightstone with a Cinderhulk and just making sure you're keeping your tankiness very early on. Rainover does a little bit of both. The component strat, one would say.
But some damage from the Inner Flame, but not really anything to write home about. King gonna be given over that blue buff yet again. Looking to push up that mid lane, utilize the power of the Orianna as well as he can. We already mentioned he had a great game number 1, so game number 2 just a little bit slower to start right now for him. Chaser coming mid again, looking for some kind of an opportunity onto Piglet, but after that first one, Piglet has been doing a good job of not allowing that to continue like it did in game 1.
Yeah, and the whole Team Liquid team has been doing that as well after they got caught by 2 fatal ganks on the first play. Oh, Piglet was on a board!
Piglet, oh, now he's in some trouble. The Shock Wave into the Sonic Wave, and Keen waves bye-bye to Piglet, grabbing that 3rd kill of the game for Dignitas.
Love me some caster curses right there.
Every time.
As soon as we say Piglet was doing a good job avoiding the gank, he gets collapsed on by 3 people on Team Dignitas. Nice play there by Team Dignitas.
Now they got the opportunity to put some damage onto this mid lane tier 1. Turret First Blood still standing, so this could be a nice big gold buff for these guys. If they can grab it, gonna have to wait for that next wave to show up just a little bit longer. Here they come. Malzahar has to stop taking that aggro for a second. A couple more auto attacks will do it, but Lorlo moves into position in time to keep that turret standing.
Clutch save. Lorlo had burned his ultimate on the top lane wave earlier. Watching this one more time, though, Piglet was hoping the Keen would walk towards this area, but really just gets flashed on by X-Special into the full combo from everyone. An ambitious move by Piglet to wait there for a burst, and it turns out to be fatal.
Piglet now 0, 2, and 1 here on the Cassiopeia. Still stacking the tier, though. Still going to be getting stronger as the game goes on. Lorlo farming up top side with Rainover hanging around nearby in case Dignitas is looking for anything there, but I don't really think they're going to be. Not anytime soon. That kill onto Piglet, though, did put Dignitas slightly back into the gold lead. But in a game that is this close, anything could cause the scales to tilt dramatically.
Yeah, I agree with you, and the Drake fight's going to be really important. I also just have to touch on Laud's build right now. I feel like he's trying to set a record for the most gold you can spend without completing a major item. He has every component
He's doing well
in his inventory right now, and that actually hurts you because you get large efficiency spikes when you finish one of these items, and Infernal Drake is going to be up in 20 seconds, so this could end up hurting Team Dignitas if they're in a close fight.
80 carry garage sale, BF sword, recurve bow, pickaxe, longsword, and dagger.
What do you want? I got it.
We got everything, boys. You want one of these? We got one. Which one does he complete?
And they're all unique components. It's not like he has multiple BF swords or multiple pickaxes. He's got all 3 AD items and both attack speed items as far as components go. Soon he's going to build an agility cloak instead of boots, or I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, you sell the boots for an agility cloak without completing any items. You can achieve the 6-component dream. Infernal Drake live. So many people hanging around this area, though. A lot of wards being thrown down. You can tell both sides do not want to give this one away. Stepping over a trap. Deadly Flourish finds its way onto Laud, but there's no root accompanying it because of the fact that there was no damage beforehand. Rainover gets himself a little bit close. Special with no flash. Might be in some trouble here. Curtain Call opens up. First shot's going to be missing. The rest don't even matter that much. Laud's still going to be eating the 4th one, as Liquid finds a good pick that's going to lead into an even better Infernal.
Yeah, and that is Rainover being very heady about summer spell timers. X-Special expended his flash to get a pick on mid lane. That is the only flash that was down on Team Dignitas, and it's immediately who Rainover goes in to get the execute on. So that buys him the Infernal Drake and is a great proactive play by TL.
Liquid getting that Drake for themselves means bonus AD and AP under their belts, so they're going to be that much stronger in future fights. These gold leads might also be a little bit deceptive since they will have more effective combat stats than what is displayed through their money, as Chaser and Someday have now found the opportunity to turn one objective for their opponents into one for themselves. Grabbing that top lane.
Yeah. Might be mashed in the bottom lane here. If Doublelift can get a few more shots into this turret, which will still be advantage. Going to be close, though, if X-Special walks up to him. Doublelift is gonna have to back away. Uh-oh.
Ult comes out. Lodge there with the damage too. Doublelift can't quite do it. Sticks around too long, and that turret. Oh, what is that HP?
One
Hold
hit.
on. I gotta see.
35.
We know it's one hit. 35 HP. Heartbreaker.
That's greed as well from Doublelift right there. He really wanted it because it would have meant that he can roam to another lane right away. Now it calls that into question, as well as handing a kill over to Component Lord Lauds
Component Lord Lod.
who has completed his zeal, by the way.
Another component.
We're working on it.
We're turning our smaller components into bigger components.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a Hurricane completed first.
But we don't know, because 20 minutes into the match, he has no item.
He has no fully completed item outside of Berserker Creeps.
Meanwhile, Doublelift with the Essence Reaver done first and foremost, going for the crit Jhin, as opposed to the lethality that was popular for so long. So even if we're seeing a Varus Jhin game again, it's not what we would usually expect from Varus Jhin.
Yeah, they've switched off to the different builds. Doublelift played a lot of Essence Reaver Jhin in his solo queue stint here in the spring split, likes the late game scaling of it. And the way this game is playing, it does look like it's going towards late game, fairly split lanes, although Team Liquid is going to have to make sure Team Dignitas can't snowball these turrets down. Hurricane!
Hurricane, all right, finally an item on the board. 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Lod has completed his first big purchase. Have to see how well that helps him and the rest of Dignitas moving forward here. They do have a 2,500 gold lead, so feeling pretty good about that one. As Liquid pushes up here in the mid lane, Leandri's Torment on the Rumble is going to be a very scary proposition in these team fights.
Just an insane power spike anytime you have a Rumble in the game with Leandri's. Just bulldozes down pretty much any non-tanks at this stage in the game at level 13. But Infernal Drake went down about a minute ago, and there's not that many great ways for TL to start fights outside of fighting around objectives.
Fighting around objectives or finding a rain over flash knockup into somebody, but when the flash is down from using it to get the last objective, you're kind of just in waiting mode for rain over to be prepared to have another initiation like that. Dignitas working their way through the Liquid jungle on the bottom side. Seeing if they might be able to collapse on the Piglet here. The ward over the wall is going to be spotted out. The tier 1 turret, now the target. Piglet, Adrian, and Rainover all here to make the defense. Doublelift and Lorlo also on the way. Lorlo has no TP, so he can't work his way into this fight instantly. He still has to walk, and Dignitas backs away.
And they do, but they're starting to get a pretty meaningful advantage in this game. So many wards on the map here, thanks to Rainover's Sightstone. It used to be the norm for junglers to have the Sightstone in certain metas, but it really has been out of meta with all the carry junglers we've seen in the early part of the split. Difficult adjustments sometimes when you realize the enemy jungler also has a Sightstone.
Yeah, plus the Tracker's Knife has kind of alleviated some of the Sightstone needs on junglers as well. A lot of them just opting to go for that instead, free up an extra item slot as Doublelift finds himself caught out. Shockwave going to be used. Keen not quite able to find the kill, but Someday is tracking him down with the ultimate Rainover. Now going to be locked down next. The Drench line comes through. The chains of corruption lock him into place, but Xpecial's actually going to be falling. The damage over the wall from Team Liquid makes it a 1-for-2, but Dig still has the edge.
Yeah, Piglet rescued that fight hard. He was in the Raptor pit and got the stun onto Xpecial from over the wall. Doublelift completely caught out of position right there. Could have been a disaster, but it is rescued by Piglet.
Yeah, Piglet did all kinds of work right there for the team, making that not just be a complete loss for Liquid. They will not end up losing the tier 2 in mid lane because of it. Instead, they just end up going down a little bit further in the gold standings. Have to make sure that Doublelift isn't in a spot like that on the Jhin. One more look at it.
Run this one more time. TL was going for a pick, but then Doublelift just gets caught in between spots and has no flash. So Someday flanking around limited his moves. Here though, Piglet is very patient. Q into W into ult. So even if, and then the Rumble ultimate came down kind of unnecessarily. Even if Xpecial had wanted to flash out of that, he would have been stuck on top of the miasma. So well played turnaround there by Team Liquid after a rough start.
Infernal number 2 spawning in 45 seconds. To see the teams start pinging and gravitating towards that Drake pit area. They know this is going to be happening. They know the game is still actually plenty close for either team to be able to fight for this if they want to. Teleports up on both top laners. Someday hanging around the top side, now starting to march himself down towards that bottom part of the map so he doesn't have to use the TP. As Logic, Special, and Chaser move into this lane, get things shoving. They still have a tier 1 that they have to remove from play down here. And the same can be said for Liquid, because remember the Dignitas tier 1 in bottom lane is still standing with 30 HP.
Yeah, and that's a big move right there where Doublelift wasn't able to finish that. But if Team Dignitas gets this turret snowball, it just adds so much to the overall map pressure. Plus, you know, for as much fun we were making of Laud and his build path, I'm interested about where it took him, because I felt like early on in the split, Infinity Edge plus double Zeal items like a Hurricane as well as something like a Rapid Fire Cannon or a Phantom Dancer was actually really good on Varus. The kit has surprisingly good attack speed scaling, and especially when you're going to be able to head just the mid-fight power that build can bring is really huge. So I do now like Laud's build.
Dignitas onto Infernal Drake. Someday, the wall that stands between Dig and TL as Rainover's going to be jumped on first, but now the damage being returned to Someday. Curtain Call opens up. Chain of Corruption going to be fired off, not finding anybody. Nice shockwave. Liquid not finding any dead bodies of their opponents just yet, though. Chaser eating the Deadly Flourish as Dignitas backs themselves out, no casualties. Liquid now heading up north side towards the Baron pit. I don't think they're going to really be able to make anything too crazy happen here. A TP's coming in from Someday to cut them off. This might be a pretty big punish. Piglet walking right up into Someday's face. Ulti gets dropped. Someday is alone. Doublelift going to be caught out. The damage is down. Keen going on to a killing spree. Rainover going to be isolated in the back. Laud getting himself killed by Piglet. But the return kill is there over the wall. 3 dead on Team Liquid. Make it 4. We're going to be singing 5 here in a moment. Lorlo falls. And the ace for Dignitas.
Beautiful collapse there by Team Dignitas. Someday catches TL in a big choke point. I do have to question why TL even ran up towards the Baron pit. I mean, Team Dignitas almost instantly went for that collapse when TL could have just retreated down towards their mid lane. This, Captain Flowers, breaks the game wide open.
Oh yes, Dignitas, a team known for tragedies around Baron, now going to be finding a success around Baron. Now this game, 7,000 gold separating the two teams. Baron up and running on everybody for Team Dignitas. The world is their oyster.
Yeah, and they keep catching Doublelift fairly early on in these fights, but just looking at the overall position, like TL is clearing out vision of Baron Pit when they had no business doing so. Ulting Piglet in the start might have even been better to ult Doublelift because it would have gone through the whole team, but that doesn't matter. Laud gets the attack speed bonus at the very start of the fight by getting the Q passing through Doublelift, and then even though Piglet does get the kill on the backside, it just keeps TL in that choke point where they're going to be losing the fight against the Orianna. So it turns into a 4-for-1 at the very end of it, and that's tough luck for Rainover there.
Dignitas is having a heyday with this, though. They're doing really well in a game that people are looking at them and thinking that they should do really well in if you compare them on the standings. And this week, Dignitas is actually playing against Team Liquid, and they're playing against Envy. So they're playing against the 9th and 10th place teams. This should be a week that Dignitas is able to rack up those wins. And right now, they're looking like a team who's dead set on.
Exactly, and there's such a tight playoff race right now as Team Dignitas is going to try to make a power play down on the bottom side. Immortals is 6-8, Team Dignitas is 6-8, Echo Fox is 6-8, FlyQuest is 7-7, and they're all jockeying for those final playoff spots. So really important that Team Dignitas take care of business here.
Every single win matters, every single loss hurts. And Dignitas is looking to lay some hurt onto Liquid, pushing up this Baron Enchanted wave onto the bottom lane tier 3. Curtain Call opens. Someday immediately goes into protection mode to block these shots from hitting anyone of value. 2 shots and it gets canceled. Doublelift not going to be doing anything else with that. They're all just protecting this cannon minion who goes plunk, plunk, plunk. Does a little bit at a time to that tier 3. The next wave now arriving. Wave clear is a tall order. Rainover looking to go in. Laud going to be caught out, getting himself away in time. Rainover still staying alive. Someday tanking for years and years. Adrian going to be hit by the Rainover that was kicked away by Chasing Sin. The redemption comes in. Lorlo's going to be caught out. He goes down. And Dignitas now has their 5 versus 4 push opportunity breaking into the base.
Yeah, Team Liquid wants to have these fights at arm's reach, but it means it's really hard for them to finish off these kills. Unless Rainover is super far ahead and can be a large tank. So Team Dignitas is kind of slow and steady, moving to take that turret. Now they're in a bit of a tricky spot, especially Laud.
Ooh, Laud, I don't know what you're doing there. It's a pretty bad spot, but they're going to be trading him for Doublelift almost. Never mind, Rainover Now with the knock-up onto multiple people, gonna be Shockwave right back closer to Dignitas, barely getting himself out as well. Curtain Call's gonna be up yet again. Special getting himself sniped down. One more shot finds its way onto Someday. Piglet gonna be taken out. Chaser from over the wall, unstoppable. Liquid, 1 for 1 on the back end of that one. Now gonna be looking for even more. Rainover coming back in. Keen trying to keep Someday safe. The shields are on him. How long are they gonna be keeping him alive over the wall? Again, no. Chaser with the moves.
Oh, and he wants
double
more.
lift might be in some real trouble. Now the kick, oh my goodness gracious, a double kill for the Dignitas jungler. Lorlo's now trying to make his happen. One by one they march, and one by one they fall. Lorlo dead, a killing spree for Someday.
I think I can get him. I think I can get him. I think I can get him as every Team Liquid member runs in one by one. And sometimes just have to admit you can't. The play is dead. Let them go back to base. But Team Liquid want to continue this play because they think it's their way back in the game. Lada's caught out of position, they kill him. They think, great, marks him down, we'll fight 4v4 now. But there's still a lot left on Team Dignitas. And they stay very low. Team Liquid thinks they're going to be getting these revives to come back into it. And right here, you're thinking, oh my god, they're so low. Curtain Call is zoning them off. But Someday turns to Piglet, and then Chaser is so fed this game, he just blows Piglet up. But now Rainover's got it. He's like, they're all low. We can get him. The trick is, the damage dealers of Team Liquid, Double Lift and Adrian, well, pretty much just Double Lift, are low and can't get into the fight. So actually, Rainover just gets hit by all the damage dealers of Team Dignitas that are still alive. And let's do it again. Double Lift. Oh crap, Chaser has ultimate up. I got too close without summoner spells. Wait a minute, Rumble's got this. Wait, same problem. You have no follow-up. The Orianna shield is gonna eat through all of the damage, and that was just a catastrophe for Team Liquid throughout that entire sequence.
I don't know whether to call Chaser's Lee Sin clean or dirty because he was so much of both in that fight. He just made things happen with the sonic waves over the wall into the kills. Dignitas 7-0 and 7 on their jungler. The man's a force of nature as now they're piling down on this top lane tier 3. Rainover looking to jump in, immediately gonna be ulted. No chance out. Lorlo the target next. Adrian now gonna be aggro. The shockwave seals his fate. Chaser looking to find some kind of a kick. Gets it onto Piglet. Knocks him out of the way of the dredge line, but I don't even think it matters much now. Deadly Flourish sidestepped. Dignitas have found their way onto the second inhibitor of this game. They should take it down no problem. And they smoothly rotate over towards mid to make this a 3-inhib game. The turret goes and the inhibitor follows.
Yeah, running cleanly through Team Liquid. They don't have the Baron buff, and Cassiopeia has an immense amount of wave clear, so maybe it's not going to end right now, but they're going to try.
Double Lift, Lorlo, and Piglet having to make the stand for the next 10 seconds. Dignitas
still
will be able to rapidly take down these Nexus turrets. #1 drops. Curtain Call making a good defense for now, but it can't even bust Someday's shield. Looks like Diggs wanting to go ahead and call a retreat now that all of Team Liquid is up. They still might be able to make something happen here. Keen gonna be caught out by the Deadly Flourish, but gets himself away in time. Rainover with a nice 3-man knockup. This is Liquid's chance. Shut down over onto Keen. Rainover gonna be soaking the aggro. Everybody else from Dignitas getting themselves away. Another Deadly Flourish onto Lod. Liquid wants more. Rainover looking for the knockup. If he can get it, flash into the knockup. There you go. Lod gonna be taken low. Rainover 2. The damage from Adrian ultimately ends up securing the kill. Special and Chaser now running all the way out as the Winions take down the second Nexus turret. Dignitas lose both carries, but now Team Liquid is staring down the barrel of an open Nexus.
Yeah, and that's the type of fight you do actually want Team Liquid to chase after because they killed Keen, so there's no Orianna shields to fly through and prevent all of your finish attempts. The problem is, there's 3 open inhibitors and there's no Nexus turrets to kill them, so you actually need full-time base defenders. Team Liquid is throwing the remainder of their very small chip stack into the table right now. They're all in on this Baron, but it's got a low percentage chance of victory as Lorlo has just got to defend these minions. I mean, Someday could probably teleport in, and they just end the game. That's what's happening.
Looks like that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. The TP into the base. Chaser works his way in here as well. Everybody else is on the Baron. You've got Special there to suicide and stop the backs. Chaser just flashes forward, kicks Lorlo away.
Yeah, and Malzahar is interrupting recalls on the other side.
There are way too many minions, and Dignitas take this game and close the series 2-0.
And less than an hour of total game time. This was a very dominating performance when all things are said and done by Team Dignitas. It was not without its mistakes on both sides. A lot of mistakes coming in from Team Liquid as yet another roster change has come through this week. But the focus should be on Team Dignitas because they're hot right now.
They continue to surge week after week. A team that everybody was doubting at the start of the split. We've already said it, but man, they are really putting the polish on towards the end.
Oh, absolutely. And the players that have been showing poorly or had inconsistencies seem to be looking a lot better. Chaser 8-0-8 on Lee Sin, and he's had a lot of pretty bad games so far this split, but his Lee Sin has always looked pretty good. Keen outclassed Piglet for most of this series. And then you actually even go down to the bottom lane where you have Laud, and in no way did it look like he was outclassed by Doublelift and Adrian. So a lot of that has to go with, travel and how used you are to your lane opponent, but you need to hand it to Team Dignitas in this series.
This team is not just a someday stream anymore, Jat. This is a coherent unit working as 5, everybody carrying their own weight and having phenomenal results because of it. Someday and Chaser, the front line for Dignitas, didn't die.
Yeah, 11-0 and 17, and I need to tweak what I said earlier. 1 hour and a few seconds of game time is what happened in this entire series.
Barely.
So, you mentioned the schedule for Team Dignitas coming in as well. One of the weaker schedules as far as what's remaining. They play Envy next. They could be looking at their second straight 2-0 week.
And that, how good does that feel going into the final week of LCS play, going into week number 9 next week, the last one before we actually hit those playoffs? They're going to be in a really good spot in terms of morale, in terms of where they're at, in terms of their focus. It's a recipe for success.
Exactly, and I'm actually getting pretty excited about the final week of LCS as well as the playoffs of LCS, because even though the match records in these games with, TSM at 12-2, looking like they're running away with the league, when you look at the game score and the win percentage of these teams, this is, I ran the numbers, the second closest LCS split we have ever had as far as parity in the league. So I do feel like there is a lot of room for upsets in the playoffs. And so much of this is going to be about who goes into playoffs with the most momentum, the most amount of comfort on the patch, and then it's just going to go from there, and I'm excited.
Yeah, Dignitas, speaking of momentum, just feels like a wrecking ball right now. We'll have to see if they can keep that up. But for more on the Dig win right now, we're going to go ahead and check in with Riv and the process himself for Team Dignitas.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Cop, coach of Team Dignitas here, coming in at week 5 and a 5-2 record after that with this victory. I got to ask, coming in, and first off, how's it feel to be back?
I mean, it feels amazing now because we just kind of got out of the relegation zone. So now we're set, and now we just set our goals high for playoffs. Feels good.
And with that kind of 5 wins, 2 losses coming since week 5, what were the first adjustments you saw could be made here coming in with Team Dignitas?
First, I kind of had to meet and understand all the players and what they play, and so that was the first step because I didn't really know what they were best at, the personalities. I had to meet them first. We got kind of lucky on that first week with the 2-0 when I first came, but then we kind of developed all of our weaknesses, and then just figured out our strengths and then built upon that.
So just coming in as a coach right now, a meta shift happens. How do you feel you can help the team with that? And do you feel it actually helps Dignitas right now? Because today's play was pretty nice.
I think we're just focusing on our gameplay more, and then the champs will work in their own. We just got to make sure we're comfortable on our counter picks, make sure we're good with our blind picks, and then, you just kind of pick based on what the other team picks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And final question to you. You don't have to go in-depth on each team. You have Envy coming up this week, but it's C9 and Immortals next week. How do you guys feel about getting to that 10-8 position to end out the season?
That'd be amazing, but we're just going to take it one game at a time. If we beat C9, that'll be pretty hype, and then we'll just be so motivated going into playoffs, and I think that'll be a big boost for us.
All right, Cop, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. We are going to send it over to Dash and Azael to break down that Dignitas victory.
Thank you very much,
Nice.
Rivington. Dignitas 5-2 since the addition of Cop to the roster back in week 5. So a really solid record for them there. And then as we mentioned at the top of the show, in terms of strength of schedule going forward, it almost only gets easier from here. Envy up next. So we'll see what they can kind of close the season at. But this game, just as dominant in the first in many ways. And so once again, just, 14 Dignitas and the improvement that we're seeing out of them, it's been absolutely massive.
Yeah, it really has. And Teal hung around a little bit better in the early stages game. It wasn't like as one-sided as game one, but at the end of the day, they're like 15K up. They're clearly closing out the game. They just seem to be the better team, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that individually they matched up pretty well, but it's about the team play, and I think that is really what shined through for Dignitas.
We got some cool clips to look at for this one, so let's jump right into it. 2 minutes into the game here. First blood on Piglet from Chaser. Important to note, Piglet went for this exact same ward last game, level 1, so Chaser reading that off of just the red buff, comes in level 2, picks up an early kill.
And I think it just makes a lot of sense. You know, you look at how last game went, how much Keen was able to take over when he got a lead. So attack Piglet, put him in situations that he's not comfortable in. And you know, he doesn't have as much experience around ward timings, around matchups, around when he needs to be careful. So Chaser does a pretty cheesy route, and it pays off. I mean, Piglet fell very far behind. Keen wasn't the star of this game, but he was still very big.
Absolutely. Of course, this did set up Chaser for quite an impressive scoreline that we'll see develop over the game. I want to jump now to 25 minutes in the game, so I know we're accelerating the pace here a little bit. Up here in the back wall, Frozen, dance around Infernal Drake. Important to note, Dignitas will pick this up, but what are we tracking here?
I mean, the big thing for Dignitas as we roll this clip is that they're able to absorb so many of the ultimates, and also the patience that we see here from them to not expend their ultimates immediately when it's not needed. So someday here, you know, as the fight breaks out, so many players would immediately pop the Nautilus
There's
ultimate.
one.
You know, they would immediately be just trying to even use those ultimates to bail out of the fight. Instead, he doesn't. He bases, he still has the ultimate available, he gets a great TP flank, and he's able to come into the fight and be so disruptive. When the Nautilus is in the middle of the fight with a shield that big from Courage of the Colossus, it's so tough to actually really do anything about that fight.
Exactly.
I think it was just a lot of patience.
And while a lot of people will look at that first kind of engagement there near the Dragon and say, well, both teams used 2 ultimates, that may all be well and true, but kind of the impactfulness of the ultimates, and especially on the side of Team Liquid, that Rumble ultimate is really what they lived and died by for so much of this game in terms of extending it. So, you know,
especially
sacrificing
in that corridor, right?
Exactly.
They're fighting in a jungle corridor where it's a very choked up little area. You can't fight Rumble in that sort of situation. As you funnel through there, you get absolutely destroyed by Rumble ult. But because they're able to do that, that gives them the Baron, gives them a 5-for-1 fight. I mean, that is really what broke the camel's back, and TL never was able to come back in.
Absolutely. So that was probably the game ender there in a sense, but we're still going to look at one more replay, and this is to turn a critical eye towards Team Liquid. So 29-50 into the game here. Liquid putting together what I guess is their last stand, but it does not go well.
I mean, this one is rough, right? It almost feels like it's just a bit of a tilted play here from TL as they kind of funnel in one at a time. You know, half the team's running away, the other half's going in, and this is where it starts to get really messy. You know, Rainover goes back, he ults back out, and you can just watch how disjointed this fight actually is. It's one man after the next, after the next. Yes, Dignitas is low, but they're still massively strong and can clean you up, and it's almost like those kung fu movies where there's like the hero and one bad guy's coming in at a time, and they're fighting him, and he gets smashed, and then they tag in the next guy. I just don't understand what they're really...
You wait until you see your buddy get knocked out so that you can go in and hog all the glory when you 1v5 the enemy team, right?
Exactly. And to be fair, I mean, they're really behind. The game is essentially already like pretty unwinnable, but they still had most of their base. And if you actually play this a little bit more patient, you give yourself a chance to come back in. And I mean, Liquid has just not looked like a strong team, even with the changes.
And to me, that just hits, you know, focus, right? Which is that they are losing focus in some way, shape, or form as a team, right? That the coordination, you know, whatever did exist between them in the earlier portions of the game is quickly deteriorating for a roster that needs it more than any other as they are the most recently formed.
Yeah, I mean, if you do not even avoid relegation tournament at this point with how much has been put into the roster, that is just so disappointing. I mean, you know, you have to feel for Steve and the rest of the Liquid management, who are obviously, you know, they're trying to go all in and make sure that this Liquid roster can work and get everything they need to make this happen. But it's not looking good. And I mean, I'm not saying they're going to get relegated because I think that all the LCS teams are stronger than the Challenger ones coming up. But still, you don't want to even face that chance.
Yeah, still left to be determined there. But it's a very interesting point that you bring up there. You know, the effort that's being put in by both the players and the organization to turn the season around. Now, whether or not that's actually coming to fruition position, okay, maybe not, but we're at least seeing, the changes, the intention is there, right, to pull the team out of a rut, just not coming together quite as well as they had hoped. Player of the game going to Chaser this time around. Honorable mention is Someday, but once again, Chaser, intelligent pathing, picks up that early kill, and we saw him get to a point where he's a threat to the back line just as big as anyone else.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a good sign for Dignitas when they're winning and it's not Someday player of the game. Like, I actually think that is very big for them. Keen able to carry in game 1, Chaser able to carry in game 2, Lod looking solid, the bot lane as a whole looking solid all across the board. So I think the fact that you can have, this star player and not need him to carry every game means that you're actually becoming a good team, not just a team of good players.
Exactly. Dignitas looking to make it a 2-0 week up against Envy later on this weekend. For Team Liquid, though, strength of schedule not looking too promising for them. We'll see if they can get it together here by the end of the weekend. We've got more league action coming your way after the break. Echo Fox hits the Rift against Counterlogic Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
And Piglet now running into Chaser.
Piglet, I don't know about this one, bud. That's first blood.
Oh, Piglet was on a
Piglet, now he's in some trouble. The Shockwave into the Sonic Wave, and Keen waves bye-bye to Piglet. On Jin.
나이스. 캐시오. 오케이. 럼블 좋냐? 럼블. 오케이.
You can ban after.
나이스.
One more shot finds its way onto Someday. Piglet gonna be taken out. Chaser from over the wall, unstoppable. Dignitas take this game and close the series 2-0.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the NALCS. I'm Rivington Business III, and under a rainbow today, I found me a Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler.
What's up, my dude? How you doing?
It is going great. The dude abides. We should continue. We are jumping into our second match of the day. Echo Fox versus Counter Logic Gaming. And after losing to Team Dignitas, CLG bounced back and brought down the #1 team, and that has to feel good.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that was last week. They took down Cloud9, and that victory has to at least be a good, morale boost for CLG, as they've been losing a decent amount of games, and they were also complaining about the meta at the time. It seems to be shifting back in their favor with a couple of different changes, like the Rengar, more nerfs coming in, so not quite as powerful, whereas Gragas really re-emerging for Smithy. That's really good. Plus Ezreal for Stixay. He's much more comfortable on stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Rather than the lethality duo that we've been seeing so much. Plus, they could also revert all the way back to their team fighting style that they use kind of at MSI and use stuff like Lulu for Afromu to try and protect Stixay comps and bring out his Caitlyn and those various things. So there are some promising things you can look for this team to see if they can have a resurgence.
Absolutely. A lot of small things falling into the mix. And today they get to exercise that strategy against Echo Fox, who have had a rough time adapting to the meta shift, as we have seen.
Yeah, I mean, them as well. They started out, pretty hot, and Acadian specifically. However, they've run into a lot more hiccups recently, especially if Acadian is not able to find success in the early game.
Right.
There's a very strong correlation between his pre-15-minute kills and the team's wins overall. In the games where he actually has not gotten a kill in the first 15 minutes, they haven't won a single one of them. There's 0-6 if he hasn't.
He's a big factor in their early game, confidence-wise and overall play.
Definitely true. Another thing that people always talk about with this team is, of course, Keith in the bottom lane, and don't need to really harp on him so much anymore. But we wanted to take kind of a different look at the bottom lane. If you are looking at Stixay and CLG kind of highlighting maybe looking to play around him, took a look at the stats for opponents of Keith, basically comparing how the averages of these players look when they're playing against Keith compared to their averages versus the rest of the league.
Right.
And across the board, when people are playing against Keith, the average CS at 15 minutes is up for the average goal difference at 15 minutes is up 114.
Right.
Their average KDA is higher, up 0.7, and even just the damage per minute actually is up over 100 on average versus him as well. So that might bode well for the bottom lane of CLG there. But Echo Fox definitely looking for Acadian to be the one to start things off and find success with the jungle.
He's going to light the fuse. The only way we can do that is if we get to the roster rundown. And it's time to see what players are hitting the rift. On the blue side, it is Echo Fox. That means it's Looper coming into the top lane, Acadian roaming around in the jungle, Froggen flying around in mid with Keith and Gate as bot and support with Coach Tim Kiro.
And opposite them, on the red side, it will be Counter Logic Gaming. Up top is Darshan in the jungle, Smithy, mid Huhi, bottom Stixay, support Afromu, and Coach Zix on stage with them. Very excited for this pick, man, Riv, because not only do we get to shift things up a little bit with 7.5, but whenever shifts do happen, the CLG like to do a little bit kind of off the beaten path as far as the picks and bans go. And I'm kind of excited to see how Froggen's little wrinkle, of Anivia and, Vladimir's resurging has, historically been good matchup there. A couple different little things that could affect it. So we'll see what Echo Fox can actually come up with here. Starting us off.
I hope it does clock in that way, because we did still get a Varus Jhin last game, which isn't bad, but I'm like, these things are supposed to change.
But with different masteries and different item builds.
That is true.
So at least
that
we get some differences there.
A little bit
New
more
flavor.
I like it. All right, so Thresh, Aurelion Sol, and the Graves taken out on the side of Counter Logic Gaming. See how they continue.
All right, so targeting the playmaking from Afromu is definitely a good strategy from Echo Fox as well. Another thing with this patch is the Stoneborn Pact. New mastery does give a little bit more weight to melee champions as far as, other options for playmaking supports besides the Thresh that they've already banned out. Afromu could, use those as options. They're not incredibly overpowering with the new mastery or anything, but they are a bit more viable, so we may see them go that way. Other than that, I really do like these target bans from Echo Fox. Huhi, right off the bat, everyone knows Aurelion Sol, and then the Ezreal for 6A as well.
You make it easy. Huhi has such an easy early game when he gets that Aurelion Sol. Star clear, back, grab an item, star clear, back, grab an item. It makes it just so he can continuously clear until Xmithie can come around. Malzahar taken off of the board along with that Camille as we would expect so. And Acadian is going to lock in the Rengar.
All right. Talking about setting up Acadian for some early success. Gets his hands on the Rengar. Still very much alive, by the way, after the nerfs.
Yep.
Does get a little bit lower, you know, lowered the armor. Also lowered the amount of healing that you can do off of the jungle camps, but still very much alive and well.
All the time in the world. They're going to use every second. The Lulu, it's going to be Lulu Rengar that you're looking at for these 1 or 2. That's like the trade-off we see now. You're either going to protect somebody with Lulu or try to kill him with Rengar.
Yeah, Lulu was already super high priority for the majority of the teams. And as you said, when the opposing team locks in an assassin like Rengar, it is definitely a little bit added there. But especially with the Ezreal banned out, you know, CLG may be going towards that protect the 6A stuff that we talked about and the sort of MSI teamfight style that they had there. Caitlyn is literally the champion where they made one of their biggest comebacks with. So this is a very potent combo. We've already seen multiple times today through European LCS and North American LCS.
Seen some crazy late game Warlords Caitlyn just half healing as they hit off some shots.
If you get the proc for your Warlords charged up at the same time you charge up your headshot, it's pretty massive.
It's insane. All right, locking in now. 7 seconds here on the side of Echo Fox.
Yeah, we'll wait on what they're going to go with. Some extra CC here. Do like still bringing CC from the bottom lane. Actually, I don't even know why we were even hesitating, as Keith has been on Ashe duty for quite a while, and they've actually kind of just relegated him over and over to playing Ashe. So, you know, the benefits of that are that if you're playing the same champion over and over on stage, then you're very accustomed to using that one not only in the team fights, but looking for the arrow shots. I do have to mention, though, that Caitlyn Lulu, in addition to scaling super well, and, you know, the obviously very strong for carrying team fights later in the game when you get to add that extra attack speed and defenses to the Caitlyn, and she's already built up her item. It's also a very strong lane starting out, too, right at the very beginning there.
Those help picks autos, a little bit more damage, control quite a bit of the lane. And Zyra as well is going to try to knock that down, so good pickup here for Gate.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting to see how these duos do go as far as the battling. We've had all of the lanes matched here as far as the first set of the picks and bans, by the way. Jungles and bottoms have been locked in. So now we start to whittle down on the solo lane picks, and that's Anivia that we kind of mentioned before. Maybe opening up a Vladimir pick if you're banning out the Anivia here. That's definitely out there, as Vladimir has been rising priority. Really do love the Proto Belt builds here, where it's absolutely insane how he can just murder the backline and then have a couple of invulnerabilities after you have your Zhonya's and your pool to rely on.
What is the next ban from Chronologic Gaming? The Anivia, obviously you respect the Froggen. We will not take flight this game. Just look at one more for the top. And it's going to be that Rumble ban.
Rumble is, to me and to a lot of top laners actually, they've talked about, it's one of your most confident blind pick matchups basically, into pretty much good into so many different kinds. And when you do have a lot of crowd control locked in elsewhere, I think it adds value to this pick. Zyra and Ashe as a bottom lane brings so much utility from the other side of the map. That there's a lot of stuff there to try and hold people onto the equalizers, or at least zone people into a part of the map where it makes it easy to land a good equalizer. Zyra has really good zone control, especially in the jungle, can cut off corridors and at least force people to funneling down somewhere.
It's one of those old taster choice combos. I almost can't look at that combo with that thinking of Cloud9, right? Because they played it so much. You've seen it played at such a high level, so we'll see what Keith and Gate can do with it here.
Yeah, as far as the actual things that are, oh, there we go. Just as predicted, Vladimir does come in, but I was going to touch on the differences here. Even in the first phase, we can already see the teams going for different goals with their team compositions here. Echo Fox are a lot more pick-oriented. You know, the Rengar and the Ashe can really combine for a lot of, and even after you lock in the Shen, that just accentuates that strength of the cross-map play here for Echo Fox. And they will be looking for more of those picks and trying to use the globals to grab people, whereas CLG, very obviously, even in their first 2 pickups there, you can see they're going for that team fighting. Straight up 5-on-5, they will be massive if they can get, you know, some fuel into the Caitlyn, Lulu monster combo. And if you're just dumping Vladimir on top of that, this is just team fight extraordinaire comp here for
really
CLG.
good. We did see, however, if the Vladimir is picked on early game, just last game, what happens, how far he's set back, and how hard it is to get back into the game. But that was some level 2 shenanigans. We'll see if he can dodge that out. Also with Victor in the mid lane, not too much crowd control to get that kill secured. So we have the teams locked in now. It will be that Vlad mid, Xmithy on Olaf in the jungle, and tanks to duo it out in the top lane, Shen versus Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, this is shaping up with some pretty clear paths here. Echo Fox are really going to hope to get out to an early start, and hopefully for them, Acadian will be the one to start creating action early on, because that's what they want to use to chain into opportunities to pick people off with Ash arrows and use Stand United with the Rengar, so that it's a really threatening Rengar when he does come in, having the dive buddy on his back. Because if they don't, this CLG comp will be incredibly hard to deal with as far as the team fighting does go.
Yep, we talked about Acadian doing well early game. Even with 1 kill in that early game, only a few wins trickled in. So it was really when he had 2 or more, able to control it that load out of the gate. So we will have to see that pressure. He is on the Rengar, so he's not being held back.
Definitely true. All right, well, we're going to have to see how the early game does go when we get onto the Rift. The other thing is that, with the Vladimir, one of the other options into it was the Cassiopeia, which you get a little bit worried on because Huhi's actually been, solo killed pretty early on by the Cassiopeia multiple times. But Froggen went for this Victor, and I think that's actually pretty good for CLG. It just seems a little bit less threatening, has less of that, early all-in kill pressure where you're going to chase someone down for something like that. But see if they can make it happen.
Hashtag Fox win, hashtag CLG win. We're on the Rift for game 2 of the day here in week 8. Hard to believe we're this far in. Teams don't have much more to do in terms of getting wins under their belt. So as they say, everyone counts.
Everyone really does count. If you're talking about the standings there, I mean, CLG currently are definitely higher. They're up there tied around for 4th. So, right there with FlyQuest actually at 7 and 7. Whereas Echo Fox is just on the edge. They really want to break in to that playoff spot. And Synap 5 wins. Still going to try and push right up into there. We'll see if they can make it happen, though, because they have to start now. We are running out of time.
Yeah. CLG knows this spot, though. They hit 500 at least once every season, staying in the middle. And then they kind of explode at the end to make sure the surge for the finals or the test, as it would be when you were in school, you can still ace that one. So just a minute in, obviously a little tango over the tanks in the top lane. Nothing going to come of that. Darkseal start here for Huhi with some potions. And obviously Froggen with his potions and his staff.
Yeah, it gets the triple health potion there along with the Dark Seal. Quite a lot of healing considering the boost that the passive of that ring does give you. And obviously starting Doran's rings on Vladimir, you lose that on the mana part. So this is a very high healing part. As far as the Raptors, though, nobody goes for those super common invades that we've seen. However, both teams do have wards on the Raptors, so they're very well aware of the starting positions of their opponents.
Ooh,
actually, quite good trades there for the Echo Fox bottom lane.
Yep. Nicely done, making sure they get the Thunderlord's proc off, wait for that to happen again, and get in, try to get a 2.
Yeah, really like Ashe for gaining control of the minion waves early on. And this is one of the matchups that people talked about quite a lot, back a couple patches ago, and Ashe was extremely popular. See if he can get it done here. Gate's also doing quite a good job, you can see, with the Zyra, snagging the range minions as well as going for harassment at the same time. Afromu's got that push control, though.
all of it, yeah. Forward ward for Gate here, so he couldn't see anything coming in. They're playing it back and forth, but right as they use those potions, Afromu back in. They knew they had the minion wave. Actually playing it very nicely from just both Stixxay and Afromu having half HP. Darshan warding in, making sure they can get an eye on Acadian for a pass around the top side, and he's out. Good
The
play by
benefits
CLG.
of Nautilus early pushing. He's really the best at like the early laning tanks. And we'll see if Looper just basically wants to get to that level 6 so he can try and get those cross map plays going for the squad. While you do mention that as well, if the Nautilus is super far up like that and Acadian's able to find a way around the vision that Darshan places, there is a threat of Taunt setting up a gank for Rank Guard because he brings a lot of damage. However, Acadian will 99% show himself on that ward when he goes for the blue buff, unless for some reason he goes for some crazy route. Yep, showing himself there.
Easy call out. Riptide, Darshan looking to get the wave pushed. It could be a movement here for Darshan as the way if that ward times out. It looks like he'll have a second one before that comes.
And you can see what Looper's doing as well. Wants to keep this wave close since his jungler is around. Acadian will have seen that ward expire though, so he knows that Darshan is one step ahead, and they could be prepping a counter gank. You always have to be super careful about those counter ganks, especially when you're going to gank a lane that's been pushing and will have not only a small experience advantage, but a bunch of minion damage advantage if it does break out into a 2v2. Plus, Olaf is always so scary if you run into him and he's ready for counter ganking you, because especially early on, you can just annihilate most champions.
Both junglers on a warding adventure as they find just about nothing. Acadian gets the timing of the Raptors. Smithy finally gets that as they only had to wait a small bit of time.
And remember, this stems from those early wards that both teams had. So they actually both had the exact timers of the small camps, and both of them are able to go for the trade of invades, basically, and stay pretty much even.
So what is the possibility as well of one of the junglers breaking this ability to stay even and saying, I want to put aggression here? Is it too risky? Would you get too far behind if it does not work to follow Raptor for Raptor, stay on either side of the jungle?
So one of the oldest debates of, the risks of going for ganks as far as farming does heavily revolve around the vision games. And you can see that's what is the cause of most of the moves. Now, Acadian will take a decent amount of damage as Looper's pushed into his turret, but I think it was going to back and he's dead! He did not expect that either, because he didn't get off, the battle roar heal or use his flash. So, whoa, Darshan gets first blood.
You're basically not even ready to make that call as a play-by-play either because he has flash.
Here's the thing. Acadian saw the plants that the Scryer's Bloom that saw him out. He gets hooked in here. He had the empowered roar. So if you empowered roar and then flash, you could get to the other side of the Shen there. Okay, regardless, mistakes were made in that scenario. And now the first blood has been handed over to this Nautilus, which Echo Fox were actually ahead in gold before that occurred slightly due to the CS. Apparently, as nowadays, well, actually, it was pretty much even as the 300 is about the only thing making the difference. Now Smithy, though, is under attack. Should be able to get away.
Acadian's back. Whoa, Huhi coming in. Shen as well. Smithy calls for Huhi. Will they be able to get it? One last kill. It's going to be a trade. Acadian goes back down. Smithy goes down, but that's a kill for Huhi as well.
Okay, this top lane, though, is going to get out of control as Darshan was kind of fed this first blood, and now he gets to shove the minion wave into the turret. So Looper, while he was able to almost save the jungler and ensure that they do get this kill here, he does lose out on a lot of minions for it. As well as Huhi here was, trying to help out, but he can't commit to that. He's so low and was looking for a recall. So interesting little trades here early on. In the end, the gold is very close to even. That being said, maybe the discrepancy up in top will make a difference. The teleport for Looper was used to get back to his lane, as you can see, so that's on cooldown. And this is one of the rare situations where the team that does not have Shen actually has the priority in the top lane where Nautilus can shove and has teleport advantage.
May just be drawing Acadian up here if Darshan can just keep the lane at this kind of 75% mark. Probably won't go down either as he slips out of each gank. Smithy going through his jungle, 39-30 there, as he'll pretty much even that up with the Raptor cleanup. And we see a few stacks on that Dark Seal for Huhi due to that last engage in mid. So things actually kind of getting delivered to him there without much work. He was very low, expecting to hide under his turret, and there's a kill for you. So things falling into the hands of CLG, like you said, to kind of even up what's going on.
Good job there by Froggen. His old game sense kicking in as they called out the roam.
Too quiet.
Exactly. Shen is going to get pushed up there as we've said, NALCS has control of the wave. But Looper's like, okay, this guy could be anywhere invading the jungle. He could be ganking mid. You know, beware of these Nautilus ganks mid that have caught a lot of mid laners off guard. And Froggen carefully and rightfully hugs his bottom side where he knows he has his pink ward and he has so much more security down there. So that's just a little bit of good team communication from Echo Fox.
Let's see as AD carries back, support's becoming an enabler now for Acadian and Smithy, following them around. And it doesn't look like these wards will actually have too much control over being guarded by Fox, so their work goes to the wayside and CLG regains control of the river.
There it is again. Froggen going now to place an advanced ward, so he'll see if Darshan is actually going for an invade at the time, or if Darshan is going for one of those passes on mid lane. And now they've been able to wait out the cooldown there of the Stand United. Almost, just about to come back up. So if Smithy can force something here early, then they might be able to get it before the cooldown. But Looper is almost ready here to react.
Wow. Just these wards they placed in river, those controls. Let's all enter. Yeah, pings came down. They saw Acadian. Acadian saw Smithy. We'll see how many more people commit to this, because it looks like Fox may try to get the kill on Smithy. Going in with red buff's going to keep him in range. Ragnarok, not yet, just a ghost. He's going to try to keep that ulti for the real stop, and he gets himself to safety, but he just feeds himself into Froggen's laser.
Each of the mid laners has been like, okay, I'll take that. Yep, you come here. Good job, junglers.
Really aggressive by Chronologic Gaming.
Very aggressive. You could see that we were just applauding the jungler and support combos for being safe and going together when they were. Actually, bottom lane here, getting snared up.
Ooh. Got the headshot off of the trap, turned around. Keith with the arrow onto Alframu. The Ignite's not going to take anybody down. Stand United onto Froggen as that comes up in the past few minutes. And they make a play off it once again.
Yeah, Looper erring on the side of caution there, as did not want Froggen to get burst down if Darshan decided to go for that dive. So coming in with the Stand United right off the bat, not taking any risks, as he didn't have to use it when they hunted down Smithy on his kind of solo adventure down there. Now Hui's in the same spot, but he's on a ward. Keith has heal, but
you have to be careful. The exhaust is still up, flashes as well. The heal goes down. Chemo Plague definitely going to take down Gate there, as Hui just goes in for a quick hit, and he is out.
All right, well, CLG pick up some more gold on the back. Regardless, Echo Fox are still a bit ahead.
Yep.
Let's take another look at the replay, I guess. This is what just occurred.
You just stay at the turret.
He's on the ward, and
wave's pushing out.
They actually go to pick the fight, which is, well, you know the rest, as it ended up in Gate's death there, and also burned the heal.
That was really aggressive, knowing that Keith and Gate still had their sums up. But CLG, one aggressive play after the other, and they seemed to pick a few up.
Yeah, so the thinking there, I was trying to like dive into the player perspective and figure out what was going on. For Keith and Gate, they don't want the wave to get pushed up under their turret and get dove and give over both kills maybe. So it seemed like they're trying to make CLG start the dive earlier than CLG wanted. And in that scenario, they actually did end up only having to fight the Vladimir, just that they were so low. Just the Vladimir is enough to get one of the kills.
And then just pull himself out. Infernal Drake standing tall here for both teams. 3-3.
All right.
Hunt is on for Smithy. Ragnarok as well. He's going to try to fight this one back immediately. Look for the wild growth, actually. Alframu might have called him back, but he's level 5, so that's not what happened. He just goes down with the team trying to get more kills.
In enemy territory here.
Should be all right. Just going to say hello and cross paths. He forgot. He forgot who he is. Blitzcrank top lane, it happens, right?
All right, there's that splatter of blood right there, as well as not only do we see the Nautilus fail flash hook into the wall, but followed up pretty quickly by Vladimir getting taken down as well, and a bunch more kills go over to Echo Fox. Look at this gold lead, Riv. This is very nice for the Echo Fox squad that we said with this team. They're going to want to try and get this early lead rolling, and then as soon as they start taking down these towers, really take advantage of their extra globals and their pick composition. Snare here from Gate forces the ultimate from Smithy. When you pop your Ragnarok while you get out of crowd control, you actually take more damage as it takes off your resistances a little bit, and Acadian does get the execute. Darshan here doesn't follow Alframu, which was what I thought was going to happen when they talk about him being in enemy territory. He goes around this side, and then this whole thing occurred over by the blue buff.
The thing that was better for me was I was actually watching the left side, so it looked like he just hooked blue wall. I'm like, you can't do that as Nautilus.
Snuck a sneaky little flash in there right before he hooked the wall.
I was focusing the left fight for a possible kill, but still teleport to come up now for all of the top laners. Plays may slow down here for a moment as they go ahead and scratch each other's back. Smithy looking to get some wards in here, and Fox feels like they have a bit of control over mid lane, pushing up, getting the wards in, and Froggen feeling good at 3-0-1.
Yeah, Froggen's feeling very good here on the Victor, being able to upgrade very early. You know, plus this is also an Infernal Drake, and with the Echo Fox bottom lane taking down that turret, there's a lot of pressure that Echo Fox can apply on this bottom side. Stand United is available. You know, Looper can easily join, even though the wave is pushed up. They'd have to sacrifice a wave if CLG get too close to this Drake. Not gonna happen though. They'll just take it without any sort of bloodshed.
Good to see if it still isn't coming from the jungle, the aggression that is in the early game, that Fox can still get another variable. Get Froggen fed, get a little
whoa, he's in there!
Lane, but if you get Froggen fed, that might be the shutdown for the team, and everybody's gonna pocket a little gold off of that.
Rengar ultimate used, Stand United also used, CLG. Now, the only problem, well, okay, Cadian's actually going in by himself. That's...
Oh, polymorph.
Risky.
Should be a save from Gate, both down to half HP.
I was gonna say, the problem for CLG is, while they did get this kill, the Drake was just taken, so they can't transfer into a Drake. They can try and get damage on this turret, and with the Cadian actually getting chunked out there, there's less defense for Echo Fox.
Yeah.
See if they can actually stick around, though.
Not a whole lot of wave clear sitting at the turret right now. All right, that could be another lockup. Grasswind Rue, Strangle Thorn, Aphromoo with the shield on, and actually doesn't even have Wild Growth and doesn't need to use it.
A lot of damage is not here for Echo Fox. They have the crowd control in place to lock down Aphromoo a bunch, but you know, without anybody actually add the damage to that pickup, they don't get it. However, their mid turret is still standing.
Low as it is. Just about 900 HP on that mid turret. Top is pretty low as well, so CLG looking at quite a bit of gold to scoop up if they can go from lane to lane. Darshan looks like he's even going to take that one out himself. He's had so much free time with Looper trying to transfer down, help mid lane pressure as well, or engage for mid lane pressure, that it's just made Darshan very happy lane, you could say. 5-4
yeah,
on 16 minutes.
This whole game has been full of happy little mistakes, happy little trees as well here throughout the jungle. Acadian taking away some happy little raptors. See what Echo Fox actually do move with, because this is where we want them to keep up the tempo. They're the ones, they got the Infernal. They're the ones, you know, they got the early turret. They've got all these kills. They've got this gold lead. And the vision is actually starting to move up for them as well. So next step is to keep up this pressure. You know, they're whittling away at the rest of the outer turrets. You can see mid is almost down. Yep. And Stand United, they're probably just waiting for the Stand United cooldown to come up so they have that extra insurance policy, and then they can just pull the trigger again. Keith has had a lot of practice with the Ashe, so a lot of Fog of War actually for him to shoot the arrows from to give him a better chance of landing them.
He's 100% on arrows so far. So let's keep that up.
Hit it bottom lane, yep.
Yep. Hit one bottom, hit one
Hell
mid
yeah,
right there.
Mid.
So looking for more. Eagle Eye Keith coming in here, 17 minutes. They weren't able to lock the kill down. Like we said, it's been too scattered for Fox. They do go for that engage, but no follow-up. The wards have been cleared out from CLG's side of the jungle, so anything that's going to happen here may just be in mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see Keith there trying to hover on the corner. Make sure there's no wards, though. We saw in the last match, Piglet was hiding on that exact spot, and that exact ward that Aphromoo just put was down, and they were able to jump on him. Right now, CLG should be able to get the turret as no rotation here from Echo Fox. They're continuing to push the side lanes, and they could look for a pick as CLG disperse afterwards, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Maybe they do one on the bottom side. There's a lot of vision for CLG actually around this mid area, though, so they might feel okay. Darshan's teleport takes a long time to channel, a lot longer than Stand United does take to complete, so you have a little extra window to try and work with before the tank arrives.
This has to feel good for CLG. Vision wards up on both sides. You can see finally Keith and Gate getting a chance to breathe and move around in that mid lane. But CloudLogic Gaming is setting up these moments where they have 30, 40 seconds of a chance to just grab onto Fox. It's good on them for preventing the situation from happening.
Yeah, we'll see which team is able to prepare better for Infernal Drake number 2. Because Echo Fox should be able to, take this turret and a couple autos and answer that gold and have a pretty nice gold lead to sit on. However, remember the strengths of the CLG composition rely so heavily in their 5-on-5, set up battles. If they can actually do the prep work and find themselves with a decent amount of vision, we might see them start to look for more of those 5-on-5 situations. That being said, they might actually just wait for Stixay to finish a Hurricane before they go for that, because that's when you really get the DPS rolling through from that Lulu Caitlyn combo.
Just saw Darshan taking quite a bit of damage in the top lane from Looper. Puts a ward for himself so that doesn't turn into a gank and death. He's been sitting pretty up there for most of the game. Pretty much not bothered at all. Still got 45 seconds on this. It looks like Acadian's going to try to get himself in, find wards, and place them down to give Fox more of an upper hand.
Oh yeah, they've got sweepers all over the place. Scryer's Bloom, very good control setting up here for Echo Fox. So just because of the prep work, you can say they'll at least have a very big advantage if CLG decide to force it. And if you take those multiple things into account, actually Arrow might be an option in the mid lane.
Whoa, Shield Star. They said we can kill Keith, and they were right. Keith goes down to the Hemoplague follow-up damage.
Stand United.
He blew everything for that. CLG says, let's go. They lost the 80 carry damage. There's going to be ults drawn out. That was 2 for McSmithy. He gets Chaos Storm and Stranglethorn, and they're going to be saying, we can take Dragon now.
Yeah. Man, there have been a decent amount of bloopers in this one. The Stand United shield would have been helpful for Keith to have there as he dies on the expiration of the Hemoplague, but they're going to maybe contest this 4v5. CLG go for the fight, actually.
Backline taunt from Looper. He locks him up. Wild Growth onto Stixay. Acadian's trying to find the kills, but he cannot get close enough to the squishies, and CLG locks down onto Fox. Looper still running strong. The rest of the team kind of peeled off of this fight as CLG will clean up what they can. Dragon did go to CloudLogic Gaming.
Yeah, Looper here does get kited out to red buff Caitlyn, so you feel bad for the Shen. It might take a while, but eventually,
hey,
Ninja down.
Sneaky Ninja.
That is such a weird series of events have occurred here as first of all, there's a member down here for Echo Fox, and you're charging into the Lulu, Caitlyn, Vladimir comp, and even though a decent amount was used to kill Keith, they still have very strong advantages here in the 5-on-5. CLG not only get the Drake, but then they just pick apart the Echo Fox members on the backside. Looper was able to kill Aframu though, so Echo Fox did get some gold out of it. Definitely would say not worth it though, and it felt like one of those panic, we're starting to lose, the lead that we had early game, and we can see the team fight building for CLG here. That might be the influx of gold that they really needed, and evening up those Infernal Drakes was very good for them as well. I do think Echo Fox should definitely return to the pick style and try and get their advantages this way.
You can see how much protect the AD carry CLG is playing there. Aframu was pretty much sitting on Stixay's shoulders for the engagement of that fight, the reason they were caught in the double taunt, but still safe in the end. The CLG positioned correctly. That's what we were kind of talking about, is who's going to have that better preparation. The CLG wants that 5v5. They got it. Well, they got a 4v5, I should say, so even more in their favor. What is he going to do? They're playing here. What are you going to do?
For that brush!
They bait him in. He gets hit by the flight on the arrow. It almost went around him. They shut down Stixay finally for a 3-kill shutdown around the team.
Oh, can they save Frog in here?
Oh, nice hook in. The dredge line goes out. The last auto attack is Darshan. Anchors down Frog, and it looks like top lane's going to get lost here. CLG goes a turret for a person. They're still going to pay off here for Echo Fox.
Yeah, picks on opposite sides. Both teams get the kill, but Echo Fox got it first, and they're able to push up here, get the minions into the turret, take down that outer turret. Definitely still touch and go here. See if they actually go for the escape. Should be fine. Everybody wants to go spend their money at the moment. Patience paid off for Acadian in the top lane there, waiting around, just waiting for Stixxay to get just close enough to the brush for his leap.
It's like the do it. I dare you. Okay.
Come here. Come here.
So then you're just really disappointed in yourself because you flubbed it. Acadian, however, did not. Finally gets himself on the board. A little help with the team rather than assists. So he starts to get Black Fever finished up with a few more items. Righteous Glory onto Xmithy. Basically an all-tell to say we're going forward when we get the chance. His Ghost will be following right behind that. Warding going out here so they can get the right fight as the split push begins.
Stixxay effortlessly taking down the Brambleback, which has been a problem for some. Proper kiting there, all the way up. Doesn't let the patience expire either.
Too soon.
Yeah, anyway. I was just considering doing it for it. I was like, you know what, whatever. It's an easy win, but we'll throw it out. Honestly, though, the grouping here from CLG is no surprise. They do have strength in numbers, and they use that to force down that outer turret and actually answer a little bit of the map control. Meanwhile, Echo Fox don't want to fight them head on, remember, and are looking for more openings. Trying to clear out the vision is their #1 priority at the moment. You can see even Keith has actually got a sweeper on the AD carry, just re-emphasizing how important clearing out the vision for the picks are.
Looking again. The upgrade, too. I was going to say it's not the upgrade, because usually you'll keep one. You can get a little distance
this
on,
is not
on
the
the
cheap
singles.
sweeper.
But
No.
the cheap sweeper's good if you feel like you're behind, because you stay out of the danger zone. You can put it in front of you.
Yeah.
Some people enjoy that. I say that's why you get Scrying Orb on AD carry, so you can stay far away. So they are definitely warding and clearing wards as a team. Control wards coming out in every inventory. Stixxay saying Quicksilver Sash should be a good buy about now. I just got hit by another arrow, as Keith has been on point. And most summoners up around the map. I don't see one down. Gates Flash, at least, is down, but he'll have it up before our next fight.
All right, let's see if any of this Fog of War Echo Fox have worked so hard to create for themselves will allow them to land one of those arrows and actually get a pick, because as you said, with the Quicksilver Sash now, maybe Aframu is a more juicy target for them. And if you can take out the Lulu, then you don't have to deal with so much of the scaling here. But CLG, meanwhile, have done some scrying work of their own.
They get to see them at least 10 to 15 seconds before they can even approach the Baron with
Here
wards
it comes.
all the way up. A Baron marked as easy peasy for CLG, but is the fight the same? A lot of damage starting here from Echo Fox on the front end burst. Buki's in. Can he get an attack? Goes for the Zanius to try and distract. Xmithy's going to be next. Two people can't even make it into the team before Froggen shuts them down. A third one going over to Keith as they have CLG in their eyes. Baron for what? As a Quicksilver Sash coming out of Stixxay. The dredge line forward, but he cannot get out of range as the King hops forward. Kobe, you said it better than I could. Ace on CLG.
Oh my goodness! Echo Fox get a clean ace, dropping no members there. CLG, that was such a disjointed, turn afterwards. Darshan pulls out of the fight as Huhi goes into it, so they half commit, half cancel, and this is the type of stuff that you see when, the communication within the team isn't super crisp, right? They're not deciding completely whether they're fighting this or not. You can see the tanks run out.
Yeah.
Literally, the front line is out of there when Huhi's diving the back line, and then they're like, oh, he dived, I guess we're back in.
Yep.
Then Aframu's down, like we said, so he can't provide the shielding for Stixxay. Darshan then flashes this bola. Stixxay has to take it, has to use the Quicksilver Sash, then he flashes, and it is everybody going down for CLG. Quite the disaster there, as Echo Fox picks up a giant bag of gold and also a Mountain Drake on the back.
That starts to get crazy for Fox here. The 5v5 fight CLG wants is now grouping into that Zyra, into Froggen, who is now 6-2-2, having pretty much completed items as he goes back to base. Now a Void Staff on the Lich Bane and Abyssal Scepter coming out next. And they are going to be a ferocious 5v fight team themselves quite soon here, at least to deny CLG theirs.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Baron buffs on anybody, so we don't have any lasting effects of that Baron except for the gold that they were able to pocket. We'll see if any picks do come through. CLG, again, they want to stabilize here. Definitely want to reset after that one, whereas Echo Fox want to push this tempo, look for more of the Keith arrows to start fights off.
Nice job of scooting themselves in. Echo Fox, that is. Control wards just behind now on the red side. We actually see one replaced as it disappears. Froggen saying, no, we're going to harass them at every point we can. And it looks like he's going to take that split push priority to himself and start cleaning the lanes as it gets closer to the base. Looper on the top side. He was hitting Darshan up pretty good, but Darshan will pretty much not be able to stand toe-to-toe and hang out. So until these guys teleport or the fight comes to this lane, I think we're going to be hanging out in the minion wave.
All right.
What are we seeing for another engage here? Does CLG want to ward forward and hit, or do they have to wait?
Yeah,
for an
I mean, CLG has a ton of forward wards at the moment, so Echofox are actually just going straight up the lane and trying to get some area to work with this way. However, it looks like everybody's headed over to Looper's lane on the bottom side to continue this push. And they cancel their ideas, have to deal with the Hookie split push, it looks like.
The speediest taker of turrets. He knows it. He backs off. They don't have too much more vision down the mid lane. He'll actually see him coming across. Both teams have good forward wards, which will slow things down at this point, probably until we see that next Infernal Drake. It is all about waiting now. They have to be very careful for Froggen. CLG can't really, well, they can resort to another Baron, but they had, like I said, 10 to 15 seconds to assess how Fox was coming in and still did not take the victory in that fight. So they may become a little more hesitant in their actions.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, elect someone to be the sacrificial lamb there and be like, all right, you, last as long as you can, hold the door, let us out. Everyone else, run for your lives, but somebody's going to go, you know, sacrifice their life. And at the point where half the people are in, half the people are out, that's the worst case scenario because, you know, everybody goes down for them. It was perfect for Echofox there, and they're happy to have this gold to work with. We'll see how difficult it is for Echofox to leverage this gold. They do, as we said, still arrows into Rengar jumps, and you know, Stand United could very well be another chase down for them. And if they're able to get, you know, another couple kills that way, there's a lot less base left for CLG after the last time.
We've also seen Huhi, Afro Moo, or a few of them try to kind of get that flash engage. Dixie ult into Huhi, maybe blowing somebody up, which denies him those summoners for a next fight.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't seem to have hurt him too bad yet, as Looper finds a bit of focus in the bot lane. Righteous Glory goes off, so Xmithy can catch up nice and quick. The Ghost is on as well for Looper now. As we said, they're either going to fight or go to that teleport lane for the fight.
And the problems for teams that want to, you know, keep up multiple lanes of pressure is that if one of the lanes collapses or one of the lanes loses their pressure, then the one that's still split pushing and, you know, extending like that becomes very easy for the enemies to target. Even with CLG having not the most mobile of compositions and having the ones that are actually the, you know, more 5-on-5 oriented, the Echofox 4-man squad was basically sitting here just clearing minion waves, whereas Looper was pushing there on the bottom side. If you only have pressure in one arm, pretty easy for CLG to go cut that off, and they get back a lot of the gold.
With the amount of vision you see in mid by Chronologic Gaming, it looks like it's only going to get pressed forward quite soon here. We see him take down bottom turret. Now they can go around the outer ring, which will happen quite quickly when you have a Lulu to speed everybody up, as well as Xmithy leading the charge with a Righteous Glory. Be hard for Fox. They got to keep their wards up. They have the sweepers for it. Froggen switched over to that scrying over to make sure they can keep safe vision out. And keep the farm mid. You can see he's actually saying, do they know there's a ward on me? I don't want to get jumped on from over the Raptor Pit or any sort of engage, so he's playing safe himself a lot more than usual this game if he doesn't have gate. Looks like CLG says we can get that fight again up towards this Baron pit. We're going to ward for it, and we're going to tempt you into it.
Yeah, Baron coming up, looking for some more ways to force their 5-on-5s. Especially if Echofox would have to funnel through the jungle here. Vladimir. You saw what Vladimir could do to Keith. If Froggen is standing near Keith, then it makes it very easy for Fuki to get back there and get a lot of value out of his first initial dive when he goes in with Proto Belt, and then he relies on the pool into Zhonya's. Because the backline for Echofox, neither of them have good escapes for themselves. And even if Gate is able to get down that Zyra counter engage, it can be Zhonya's or pooled by Huhi and then, you know, the cavalry will come in afterwards. Here goes the arrow, though.
Darshan locked up. Gravity Field to hold him for a little bit longer. We'll see how much he can tank. Stranglethorn and the redemption. He finally gets out. Anchor toss over to safety. He'll have that cooldown. I don't know if he's going to enter the fight back in. Xmithie says he wants it, but they don't like the positioning of the fight with no vision in the jungle, so they back off to the middle. I think this separates the team too much as Fox may get Poogie here in the beginning. Started off with a kill from Teeth, and things slowed down. They don't want the initiation. Now they do. Darshan teleports in. It looks like they can't follow Darshan out because of the trap placement from Stixxay. A bit messy from CLG, and Fox do find the kill.
Yeah, definitely a couple interesting layers in that team fight, but the aftermath here is actually teleport being used by the Baron, and Echo Fox are rushing the objective at the moment. CLG still in place to contest.
Ghost is down, so it's not going to be Xmithie flying through here. He's going to have to go for a long walk in. Pressure onto Darshan first. He's back up to full health here. He is going to go down. Fox can just stay on the backside and make this their fight. Forward by Acadian. Draws attention from Stixxay. Once again, the rest of the team looking to crowd control, but cannot get the distance. And it looks like Fox right back to the Baron. They are just yo-yoing Counter Logic Gaming's aggression nicely.
This is actually nutty, right, what's going on here. Let's see, if Echo Fox are going to be able to get it with the smite. They were able to get another kill out of CLG, kind of milking the situation, but now Froggen getting low.
Don't like it. Oh, stand still. Everybody wants to move, just stand still.
All right, he's on a ward, so he's going to stop Acadian. He stops him. The Infernal Drake should be traded over here. Consolation prize to CLG due to stopping those backs and Xmithie being up, but here comes the members of Echo Fox. We're not done yet, Riv. Keeps on rolling. His gate is over here.
Is still up. Gate can throw it over the wall. Looks like he's going to try to get himself into position for a full team fight. If they can grab it, Ragnarok just hits Xmithie in the rear, but it looks like he will get the safety. He's the next focus. Quite a bit of HP. Has to use a bit to pull out. He should be safe. Pick up on blue. Denies Fox grabbing that, so Stixxay will walk away with it. But they are being pushed around right now as they try to squeeze out a few objectives. And Fox come away with no deaths on the Baron as CLG got aced on theirs.
Now they've got a minion wave pushing up the mid lane. So during this replay, Echo Fox actually have a couple options. We'll go over those when we get back to live though, because this is a replay of look how low the Baron was too. We can't actually see it on screen, but yeah, there we go. It was just below 3,000. They get their kill on the Darshan first though. The dedication here, this time, so much more on the same page here for Echo Fox as they all turn to get the extra kill, then return to the Baron. And here's that mid-wave push that we were prepping.
Side lanes aren't going to be there too much. If they win a fight, everything's going to be down mid here for Echo Fox. And this is the kind of play they need to see. 5-9 coming into this week 8. Climbing in the standings. You only have TSM coming up after this. It only gets harder. Guys really have to put the work in here, and Counter Logic Gaming would be a great start.
You can definitely feel the pressure and the tension that these players are under as we close in on playoffs, and they're trying to move up a spot. Incredibly important here for both teams. Echo Fox still trying to get into that cutoff for playoffs. This will be a very good step on the way. Game number 1 here, looking good, and here it comes.
Looper says, I'll take the first cupcake. It looks to just clear these out. Look, he's tanking everything right now, just giving the team what we see about 30% on the turret. And if they can keep doing that, they won't. To go topside.
The Caitlyn wall of traps.
You get a little bit easier of an aggression rather on this turret. Might be able to route behind as we'll see what Looper takes as a position.
The hard part, as you know, the more pick-oriented team, when the enemy is pinned up under their inhibitor turrets or under their turrets like this, and they have a decent siege defense here with Caitlyn, it is a bit scary to force. They should be able to whittle down this turret. You know, these ones are a little less. Here we go though.
Looper, gravity field locked up. He is getting turret tanked right now, and it heats up, so nobody else wants to take those shots. They all stay out of range after 3 or 4. And Darshan tried to go in immediately. Fox has so much quick focus on one person to blow up, and they've been using it perfectly here.
Why are they waiting at this turret's about to go down here? I don't know. Acadian has his ultimate. He's actually going mid. Is he going to try and cut someone off or rush the turret here? There's another line of minions. Echo Fox are actually sending Looper all the way back. His standing at is ready, so they're pushing all 3 lanes to slowly get more work done on the turrets.
That was actually nice by Fox, able to set themselves up. Usually we see a fight in a team kind of lolling about for 5 minutes before the Wave get into position. They said, we're stalling out in mid. Let's go top. A little more craziness onto the side of CLG, and they lose Darshan and another turret.
Whew. All right, Echo Fox still do hold their lead. CLG's composition is one of those ones where you do have to warn against, getting lazy or throwing away a couple mistakes, as the power of, the late game team fighting from there is there. Echo Fox, though, the ones in the driver's seat here. See if they can actually walk that line, tread carefully so they don't give any gold over here. This Caitlyn is really starting to get up there as far as the crit multipliers, though.
Definitely have to pay attention to how much 6A keeps himself alive here as we get towards the late game. Still staying together. Items abound. Looks like nobody's just full items just yet. And summoners are up for the next fight the way I like it. We're really testing each other's mechanics here as they get into it. Fox sticking together. Looks like Froggen's going to do mid lane push by himself to make sure the wave is crashing into the turret when they engage bot.
Yeah, and as they're getting closer to a confrontation, he does head over. The Banshee's Veil has been picked up in defense for him. I do like, usually you're like, oh, it's so defensive for, a backline member, Victor here, but the Vladimir has been a very big problem. Here goes the arrow on the front line.
Darshan's the first aggression, actually seeing if they can get some ults out for themselves. Ghost and Righteous Glory forward. Still no ults coming in CLG. Depth charge actually hits off of Darshan in a wild growth, so now they are backing off. All ults held except for Keats on the side of Fox.
Yeah, you could tell Echo Fox were treading very close to handing over some deaths, and they do not want to give any more gold over to the CLG side as far as fueling that war chest of the 5-on-5 massive power here.
Whew. So how much can Fox play with kind of just engaging under the turret? Obviously, it's a 5v5 for CLG, and they have a great amount of wave clear. So does Fox kind of get stuck once they reach the inhibitors?
I mean, you can see how important every spell of crowd control is. Froggen's gravity field as well as Keith's arrow are two very important factors. And while you can use them on the front line if somebody like Darshan is super extended or away a little bit from the rest of the team to get like a health lead, basically tank health lead on the front line and get a lot of DPS on them, that's an option. If the rest of the team is there at the same time, you have to be super careful, and that is definitely one of the least high priority of targets there. So really, everybody at this point, once you get to the super late game team fighting, keeping track of the shorter cooldowns, the basic cooldowns of gravity field and stuff like that that aren't ultimates also becomes very important for team fighting and avoiding those threats.
Oh boy.
Here we go though, the split push for Looper. They're trying to buy some time here on the turret. CLG rushing on the
teleport
dragon.
away. Looper's coming to the fight. They're going to take this one, and hopefully Looper can taunt through them, actually denying them entry to their base, but he says, we'll join the fight now, horizontally 5v5 up and down the river.
Smite fight into a 5-on-5 here, maybe. The health is 5,000. They go for the fight.
Little tank-on-tank action to start things off, but we break up the fight. We say, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not what we want. Dragon first, 4,400 HP, smites around 1,000.
In these situations, I love it when one team just forces the fight, and then the other team kind of split between going on the dragon or the fight, but it looks like they're content to get it down.
The smite go over and over to Xmithy, Gate, and Keith almost getting obliterated immediately. Looper tries to do the in-play stand united, Acadian being pushed out, and CLG taunt Fox into a fight they have been wanting for the past 15 minutes in the game. They had the split push top.
And it is a massacre. Not only are they able to get that dragon for the huge buff, will Acadian find his way out?
Oh!
Hey, sweet moves, I guess. He's out.
Man.
He's still going. Oh, he's back in. Oh, now he's out again. Now he's in again. He got a kill.
Spicy. Acadian back and forth playing ping pong with Rengar, and he actually confuses the crap out of Chronologic Gaming.
I always wanted to try a little bit of play-by-play. That was fun, Rip. Thank you. He's still going, buddy.
Keep going, Cubby.
Oh, no, he's dead. Unlucky.
42 minutes in here. Chronologic Gaming not really backs against the wall, just trying to find a way in the whole time. It comes from the Elder Drake 40 minutes in, and they're going to be right on to the Nexus. One more kill coming up onto Acadian to make it 16-15. And Chronologic Gaming take game one.
Whew. That was a game with some very complicated decision trees from both teams.
I like that. That's complicated decision trees. All jumbled up in one big kit and caboodle. The victory going to Counter Logic Gaming here, but Echo Fox showing a much more promising early game without having to get Acadian going, showing that a little versatility in where those kills could be fed to start getting themselves going, and they held it for quite a bit, but now the late game seems to be a bit of a crutch in finding that objective that will give them the rest of the base.
Yeah, whew. And once you and we did see kind of the reason where a lot of teams, when they're making the decisions for what types of strategies to try and execute, do err on the ones that are more 5v5 centric, because those ones are a little bit more straightforward to go for. And at the very crucial moment when they're on the Elder Dragon, CLG being able to force or get Looper's teleport out to, once he's there, there's no more threat of the split push. There's no more, the advantages for Echo Fox there, as then it just comes down to that straight up fight around the dragon. They burst down the dragon for the extra, bonus true damage first.
Right.
And then you could see they were just able to, steamroll ahead.
It's so interesting because you could just stand united to that fight when the problem does come up and then teleport if you win back, Kobe.
Looper bloopers?
Looper bloopers. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to see what they make of that Counter Logic Gaming win.
Thank you very much, Riv. CLG kind of narrowly coming away with the victory there in that game. We see what happens in those late game stages where a single fight can really determine the outcome of the game. And that's what we want to take a look at right off the bat. Well, actually, in a moment, they're still pulling it for us, so we'll get to that in a moment. But overall, CLG, they're going to be happy to come away with the victory. But compare this to how they played against C9 just last week, and things seem to have, kind of taken a step back.
Yeah, there was definitely some ups and some downs, I'd say, as always seems to be the case with CLG. And it's kind of a lot of what people talk about. They play to their opponent's level, it feels like.
Right.
And one thing to keep in mind, although there is a big gold lead at this stage in the game for Echo Fox, the gold lead kind of lies to you because CLG is playing such a powerful 5v5 comp. And I think what they did here was very, very good. They wait out Acadian's actual ult from the Rengar, so he can't jump in to actually go for the smite. Then Darshan goes in as his team wants to burst it, so he's zoning Acadian out. And once they had secured the Elder Dragon, there was essentially no chance for Echo Fox to really win that fight because you have a 5v5 team composition, double Infernal, the true damage burn. I think it was really well played in that specific fight from CLG. Almost couldn't be
By
better.
far and away the best play that they made in that game.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is for the majority of the game on both sides of the rift, messy, messy, messy. We've got players who just don't look in sync with each other. They're making individual mechanical, mistakes and failures left and right. And that's what I want to dive into here because, again, both of these teams here are on the cusp of playoffs. With CLG sitting just inside, Echo Fox trying to make their run for it here. They really have to show us more cleanliness, more consistency here coming into the last 2 weeks of the season, and that's not what we got in this game.
No, and especially for Echo Fox, who actually, they are outside of the playoff picture right now. They had such a great start to the season, and they have not been on point. Acadian, we have some footage of him here, and he did not look great at the start of the game. I think both the first blood he gives up is pretty questionable, as well as some of the earlier skirmishes later. I mean, he has his empowered W. Yes, he obviously is underestimating the damage, but then this fight here, I think also, while it did end up being a trade, so Froggen comes down, Smithy is essentially already screwed. You can easily hop to Huhi and kill him off pretty quickly there.
Yes.
Then put Looper in a position to clean up the other kill if he's not already dead, so you easily make that at least a 2-for-1.
Right.
But these are the kind of mistakes that we never really saw Acadian making in the earlier stages of the year. It always felt like the early game was his kingdom, and when it's not, it's...
Yeah, I mean, in that replay there, it's possible you even live and you make it a 2-for-0 because you're leaping out of melee range, right? So you're saving yourself some damage there. So again, some mechanical mistakes out of Acadian, who, in those first 3 weeks of the split, when Echo Fox was finding most of their success, was the star of the team, right? He was the one picking up player of the games along with Froggen and really accelerating the pace of the game. Now let's jump to the other side and let's look at CLG. All of these, all the members of CLG, probably at some point in their career have been the target of criticism or, being the person who's the weight for the team, except for maybe Aframu. But today, that's who we're going to talk about.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Aframu. I mean, I love the guy. He's a fantastic shot caller. He is a great player, but he has had, quite a few mistakes, actually, in this series. Just as far as positioning, early in the game, they gave up a straight-up 2v2 kill where they then lost their turret. They have fights around Baron where, there's no wild growth coming out from Aphromoo. This fight as well,
Darshan
no
will
wild
go down.
growth onto Aphromoo, onto Darshan there to save him. So there was a lot of kind of individual mistakes and things that you don't expect to see from someone like Aphromoo. I mean, even if you're just breaking down the 2v2 fight in the bot lane where they get killed and then end up giving up their turret, I mean, they're going up against Keith and Gate. People consider them one of the worst LCS bot lanes, right? You're supposed to be the best bot lane. 6A said they're the best bot lane in the league. If you're the best bot lane in the league, you should be smashing these guys in lane every single time, right?
Absolutely.
And I mean, you're opting into a fight with a level 5 Aphromoo into a level 6 Zyra. They played it very poorly.
Right, and then you arrive at the question of whether or not Aphromoo, same things we were talking about with the last series, losing focus. What is kind of the impetus for all these individual mistakes that have been absent from his career for the large majority of it, and just now are kind of taking into effect? And then at what point or how much of that carries over into his shot calling?
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question to ask because shot calling is obviously a burden that is largely placed on him.
Yep.
When you listen to things like mic check and you get to hear a lot of the great plays, strategical plays, are called out by Aphromoo. Even when it's someone else doing them, he's like, hey, 6A, you can take that inhibitor. Hey, Darshan, you can do this. Hey, stop that base. We're going to win, right? Like, these are the kind of calls he's always able to make. And when you're putting more of your thoughts on those, you can sometimes have more individual errors. But we need to see him at that tip-top level because their bot lane has always been such a strength. And this season, while they still are performing very well overall, and 6A did become very, very strong, etc., you need to have them clean it up if they're supposed to be going into playoffs and taking on TSM and C9 and P1 and some of these teams that look so good.
Exactly that. Same thing can be said for Echo Fox. We look at that gold graph there at the end, up 8,500 gold, down to about even at the conclusion of the game. I mean, this just once again points towards Echo Fox's inability to close out matches. We have plenty of statistics around the early leads that they're able to communicate, but the fact that they can't craft a close is got to be worrisome for them. Player of the game this time around going to Huhi on that Vladimir. Definitely put a lot of DPS out there a little bit. Went for the Flash Ignite just like Piglet did, but we saw it work out a little bit better for Huhi this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, he's playing Storm Raiders. He went a much more defensive build than Piglet. He just straight up played it better in lane. And you see the burst potential, even without something like a Luden's Echo. I mean, he had the Proto Belt. There was one kill he had early in the game on Keith where he essentially 100-0s him with one round of
single
spells.
rotation.
I mean, Flash on him, Proto Belt, Ignite, Alt, QE. Like, you can have huge amounts of burst, even while building somewhat tanky, somewhat more defensive.
All right, game one in the books between these two squads. When we return from a quick break, we have game 2 of CLG versus Echo Fox. Don't touch that browser. You're watching the North American LCS.
Anytime Trevor comes to your lane, just give him your CS.
Yeah. Give him all that CS.
I'm down, dude.
Enable him to carry the game.
I don't know
You
about
guys
that.
don't need it.
You deserve this, Trevor. That's good.
It's his birthday, guys. Give it to him.
And Gideon will take a decent amount of damage as Looper's pushed into his turret, but I think it was going to back and he's dead!
Go, go, go. Let me go, go, go.
I think. Yeah. I can flash. Go forward only.
No flash, no flash.
Maybe to the edge of kisses. No,
he's not.
Okay. I'm flanking. 5 die. Push me.
Nice.
I got it. Go. I'm going in. Victor. Nice.
Uh-oh. Will Gideon find his way out?
Oh!
Hey, sweet moves, I guess. He's out, man. He's still going. Oh, he's back in. Oh, now he's out again. Now he's in again. He got a kill.
Counter Logic Gaming take game 1.
Well, it doesn't take that long of a time to be a championship team. It can happen in a day, a week, a month, whatever. And after we lost to Dig last week, it sucked. It stung a lot. But we're just taking losses with stride because we're trying to improve no matter what. Nowadays, it's like everyone has to play off of each other and make systems in order to communicate to get something done. So how we fix that, it's just the long grind, honestly. Being able to confront people if you have a problem and then coming towards the solution. And if somebody's too mad to start going towards the solution, then you have to deal with that first. So it's just a series of things.
I like the way of breaking it down. Always look forward, and it may not be feeling like it's happening, but it could happen at any given day when it needs to, and you find that championship.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because usually for teams that have been together for a long time, we're like, okay, so they'll probably have the synergy and already have gotten to the stage where they trust each other and they can, get through issues. However, do you get to a point where you've lived with someone for so long that the things they've built up over time and their habits and stuff just really annoy you, and it actually gets full circle and comes back around?
I don't know. I'm not annoyed at you yet, Kobe. Let's get back into our next matchup. CLG and Echo Fox are taking the stage after a back-and-forth game one we just saw. And I can't see Echo Fox not coming out ahead again with the game plan they started with. They have the right idea. They just have to put that idea in the W column.
All right, well, let's get it started in Champ Select and see what we come up with here because they're switching sides. CLG now on blue. And is going to stick to the Graves ban here. Echo Fox, no surprise as well. Targeting Huhi with the Aurelian Soul. Now, will the further targeting, once the Anivia ban comes in, like last time that we were talking about, chain it to the Vladimir? Because Vladimir, as you said, has such a high impact as far as team fighting goes, being able to dive the back line right now with this proto build and the popularity of Ignite. Really makes life hard for the AD carries.
Seen too many Vlad bans as it goes, considering it seems like most people feel it's a comfortable play against at least.
Yeah, Lulu's still up. Echo Fox are opting to ban out the Caitlyn rather than the Lulu portion of that combo. This is definitely Stixay's one of his favorite champions. They've actually moved over the Ezreal ban for this Caitlyn ban. It still could come in as their third ban and still continue to target Stixay and go for the Ezreal. Or they could just look for, pushing against the Ezreal and force him into that role. The other thing is that you can play, other auto attack AD carries. We've been prepping the Kog'Maw for a while.
Yeah.
Also could go quite well with the Lulu. Echo Fox does get a chance to break up whatever CLG do decide to go for, though.
Miss the days when that Kog'Maw, you wouldn't really know. You'd be like, is that actually Froggins? Is he going to start sniping people out again?
The mid lane options.
The mid lane options that Froggin can come through with are quite crazy, as we've seen before. Camille, the Shen's going to be banned out. Rengar and that Lulu left up, as well as that Ezreal for the Caitlyn. And now we're going to see Rumble locked in for Darshan. As we said before, the most blind pick for top laners here to feel safe.
Yeah, super good for blind picking. Comfortable with vast majority of matchups. So on the opposite side, Echo Fox take away that Lulu. The big Pixie prize will be theirs. And we've already talked about, Rengar jumping in, loves to have defenses as well. We'll see what AD carry it is.
Yeah.
And if they actually use their, Lulu protection for Keith, or try and use it offensively if they're diving in.
Stixay gets his Ezreal, very much a comfort pick for him. And we'll see who he does. He can still easily go to Vladimir here. Nothing that's really going to bite down on him too hard. But he has a lot of options. They also could wait on it. Obviously, get that support in there.
Yeah, haven't had a chance to throw any bans around there for protecting their blind pick strategy yet. Regardless, though, we will have unanswered roles, desynced basically roles as far as the champions picked. As Echo Fox have the support and jungle locked in, CLG gonna let jungle fall through the next phase. Smithy feels okay about absorbing a couple more bans here.
Right.
And I can see that too, because after you're dropping down a little bit past Graves is already banned out and Rengar taken here, not like a huge amount of power you're giving up. And they'd rather grab that Thresh that was banned out before. Aframu, has had huge plays on this champion and huge saves. So a champion like Thresh, I think, also really excels if the games are as chaotic and get messy as the last game. You know, if people are making crazy moves over here, and lanterns can really be the difference between if someone flashed into a wall and trying to save them afterwards.
I love kind of the kind of respect you can create if you're hitting a lot of hooks. Then teams are going to play differently once you approach as a 5v5. Once you're next to a turret, they give you a little more respect. It makes things easier.
Also, I just like Thresh as far as setting up a little bit more stability in your team fighting. You mentioned the hook. He also has options with Flay and the box. Ezreal and Rumble can both work really well around some type of pivot point like that, where it's on Aphromoo once again, as he's always been so vocal about being a shot caller and wanting to be the one making the plays. Meanwhile, on Echo Fox side, back to Ash duty for Keith. Haha! I wonder, we'll check in and see how long his streak of Ash has been. And
quite a while. As you search that, they do ban Jace and Gragas. We do have the Vladimir and Nautilus banned on the other side. They don't want to give away too many tanks. Actually, most of the tank bans coming in from the side of CLG, knowing Looper will just wreak havoc and stay in the top lane, being a nuisance.
Yes, sir. Vladimir no longer an option, and we shall see how the top lane does develop here into the Rumble.
Wreak havoc, bird is the word. Swain gets locked in for Looper. Remember also when Froggen used to take this for himself.
Yeah, it's definitely a flexible pick.
See what happens on the other side. They say, oh, counter AP. Do we want to pick the Veigar?
Talking about setting up cages and areas for Ezreal and Rumble to work off of. This is obviously just a hover that 6A does like to do the oddball hovers before switching over, but I am intrigued with the viability right now of Veigar. We'll have to wait on it though. Not today, my friend. Also, as you said, flexible pick here for Echo Fox. That's why, since they had first pick in the first round here, they don't want to give away. Technically, Froggen could also take this Swain to the mid lane as far as switching up that matchup and keeping that last pick as an actual counter. Away!
Huhi gonna show off his parkour skills this game. Blocks in the talent.
As far as the strengths that people have talked about and roaming for Huhi and leaving lane, creating stuff elsewhere, talent does fit into that. Faker's been playing it, so justified. Haha!
There you go.
He also has an absolutely insane effect on solo queue as well. Can snowball very heavily. Any champion with that type of mobility with parkour, as well as a decent amount of burst damage, definitely have a huge impact there. And there you go with your flexible pick. Does end up going to the top side. Froggen on the victor game.
That's great. If Talon does get ahead, he almost has a Rengar-esque type of pressure on your team where you don't want to be alone because, boom, you're gone.
And for people who either haven't come up against him recently or haven't played this champion, you actually do have to respect the early level burst damage from it as well, coming a lot from the passive. What you'll do with the passive after the rework, you need 3 hits with any spell, and then you can trigger a huge damage bleed with an auto attack. During laning phase, you can either, if your jungler's coming, just immediately jump to the opponent with a Q for 1 spell, and then throw out your W, which is a lot easier to land once you're that close, to guarantee that the other ones are going to stack up. That's if you have your jungler. A safer way to do it is to actually throw out your W first, and if both of those things hit, then go in for the Q. And you can just kind of fish for him that way and wait for a good opportunity.
We'll see. He's got a lot to work around. He's got Swain in the top. He's going to be slowed, polymorphed, also an Ash arrow to the face. They got their work cut out for him if they try to dive in. We'll see what happens. Getting into game 2, CLG win, hashtag Fox win. Kobe, you were looking at it earlier. 8th Ash game for Keith. He has been putting in the work.
Yeah, 8 in a row for Ash duty for Keith. As everybody else wants to bring the damage, and they've delegated him to bring most of the crowd control.
Hey, man, some people have said, I don't want a stun bot. I'll go mid. He's sticking with it.
All right,
See how they hop into this one.
Yeah, there actually are a decent amount of options this time around for Echo Fox. Never Move is kind of decently hard to land, especially once people start upgrading boots. In the early game, it's a lot easier. That along with Gravity Field do provide a decent amount of control for team fights. Again, though, especially when you see Ignite's return to mid lane, I get super excited And you have to talk about the possibilities of even level 2 kills. All you need for Talon is your Q and your W, you know, to be able to get trades off and look for those passive procs.
Talking about it in mid lane as well, the supports didn't bring any exhaust either, so there's going to be a lot of kills coming up as people walk away from these fights.
This game is fire.
I think the young ones call it lit, Kobe.
I've passed 30. I'm over the hill here.
It's all right. We just have to go on the internet more. So we'll see how this one starts off. Remember, Fox did have a bit of early game pressure last time. Even though we did see Acadian get kind of soloed by Darshan, he brought it back around to be in his favor. And here, just charging up the heat gauge, Darshan stays in maximum power range.
Yeah. The other thing here, with Smithy on the Olaf, ever since the 7.5 pack, people have been looking for, or patch, people have been looking for ways to use the new Sunborn pact. Myself, I've found it underwhelming for junglers. It is an option that Smithy has gone for here again on the Olaf. And, you know, if you haven't looked over it, not only does it give you 5% maximum health, which is just great all around for anybody and everybody, but if you land any sort of CC, which includes the Axis, which is his best use case here, if you tag anybody with a slow or anything like that, then you get this rune on the enemy, and if any of your allies hit them, they can heal. You can't heal off it, but it can provide a decent amount of healing. As for me, I still prefer the more greedy masteries, you know, for Olaf. But it definitely is a good one, especially if you're in pro play and looking for more, you know, team coordination. I still think, obviously, the best user for me is the Nunu, because he didn't really have any good options before, and I think Olaf does have other good options. But it is one of the ones he's gone for here again, so worth explaining.
Yeah.
I think it's also mostly good for melee supports and people who can really get off AoE to get multiple runes up for team fights. Honestly, though, wasn't the biggest of factors.
Seems to be tending more towards this Olaf as well. You saw not worried about really losing bans last game. Trying new things out. Flavor for the team as he's pretty good on that Olaf.
I'm super curious as to like the total amount of healing he actually got off in the last game, because there were a lot of scrappy fights and a lot of team fights. So definitely checking in on the numbers. You can evaluate whether it's worth it or whether it is worth going for more greedy stuff.
Slowly pushed into the turret here by volleys and glitter lances. See Aftermoo on this Thresh. We wondered around week 5 when the engages would really come in here for CLG. Thresh was one of those, and they really are able to control the fights.
CSing decently well under the turret, but you can see the toll in the health bars so far for CLG. Won't matter too much if they're able to get to, you know, the tier purchases. Timing here for Stixay, who, by the way, is running the Fervor with Ezreal kind of as expected here, and Keith is running that new Warlords, as long as we're going over all these masteries. Yeah, Keith does get hit with a hook, but again, they're behind in health, so.
Those are the kind of hooks I was mentioning in the beginning. Hooks that you hit to create that respect, but you're not necessarily taking to try and instantly win the game.
Yeah, you remember last time you want to get the hook again?
Exactly. You don't even have to take it. You just throw it as it's up.
Sunny boy.
Make sure it connects for an auto attack or something else.
All right, junglers with a little bit of information trade here. Noting on the top side, that will.
And that's the problem. When you miss it, that respect is lost. The force flash, the hit comes in. The heal also went off. They could be trying to go. Gate can take a turret shot. Do they want it? No! It actually reaches him just the edge of the volley.
Man, yeah, that respect is long gone, Riv. The Echo Fox
out the window.
Bottom lane, straight up double kill here.
But that's the thing, you're not supposed to miss a hook. Hit them all.
Ooh, that is horrible for the CLG bottom lane. Look at that size of that wave that was dying on that turret, too.
That's painful.
Oh, man.
All right, let's see what they can get back in the top lane. Looper throws down the never move. They flash out of it. Actually, no axe throw from McSmithy. He says, I don't want to tank this if you're not tanking yet. I will start to take aggro. They get him away from the turret. That's pretty much all they wanted. I don't know if he's going to get another.
Oh, is it? Oh!
Just a few seconds. One last auto back the dot. strikes down Retribution for his own death. That's how you do it.
Echo Fox are feeling pretty good at about the beginning of this game. Look at this.
Let's see the bot lane
All
again.
Let's look at this.
Slow down.
Keith has gotten flamed so much. You got to give him his time in the spotlight here because gonna go in for that one. And then right here as well, Gate goes into body blocks, so Stixxay has to back off. He knows he can't get anything through, and Keith able to fire off that volley. It's just the edge of the volley. I can't believe it. We did it. Double kill.
Oh, no. Oh, Rake's going to still come back. Remember, those ignites in mid lane. We're getting a lot of fights here in the early game using those summoners, and both mid laners make it out alive.
And because of the success of the bottom lane, Gate is able to
Already
arrive mid, allow Froggen to push out this wave.
Control ward clear.
That is what we call a cascading effect riv here, as Froggen is going to be able to push out the wave before backing two. Quite nice for him, and with the threat of all summoner spells have been used in mid lane, we may see more visitors go mid lane.
All summoners from, actually,
Tops too.
Yeah, Smithy's Smite and the Flash of Gate and Acadian are up in Stixxay. So
yeah, Stixxay.
Everybody's like, you use yours, I'll use mine.
Stixxay still has his flash because
Right.
he did not expect the edge of that volley to hit. He was like, I am out of here. I made it. I cleared the distance.
Probably in like 99 of 100 games. Just not that one. Just not that one.
All right, let's talk about respect again. Keith.
Gotta watch out for that Lantern.
He's the one who's demanding respect now.
That will block his pathing. 7 minutes on this one. And yeah, the caster wave will definitely push up towards Stixxay, but they are given it all the time in the world to do so before they take any damage from the bot lane of Echo Fox. A little bit of roam again from Gate as they get some fog of war on their side of bot lane. So more wards from Fox. We'll see if Acadian can start using these. Right now, he's in top lane waiting for a little bit of fun.
Yeah, we've seen this before. All right, there he goes.
Empowered Bola comes out next. Actually, you just used the damage. And they're able to take down Darshan. Rumble can still be Rumble, but not for now.
That was even actually more well set up than I thought it was going to be. As I said, especially when people start getting their upgraded boots, the Never moves actually aren't the best way of starting things out. It's a little bit difficult to land those, and Looper just nails that one right in dead center on Darshan and makes it quite easy for Acadian to jump in there. Another kill going over to the Swain, because remember, Looper did get a counter kill when they dove him, and he's actually, even though down in CS, actually feeling fairly comfortable up there.
Absolutely, 1,000 gold in his pocket right now. He'll look to create that Rod of Ages quite soon.
Yeah, and also let's review the game state, because I was like, oh yeah, mid laners, all their summoners are blown, and you're like, oh yeah, top laners too, and so many bottom lane. To me, that means junglers, your priority for ganking just skyrockets because there's so many options, and communicating with your laners where the enemies have been seen warding is crucial. So focusing way less on farming the camps and clearing your jungle, and increasing your priority on ganking during times where all these flashes are blown at the same time. Either getting yourself in a position for counter ganks, or even just going for offensive uses like that. Very important, and Acadian does go the more aggressive route. He's rewarded. Let's see if Smithy going for control will help out. Doesn't even stop around for this scuttle because the bottom lane of Echo Fox retains their control. Looper, though.
He's really not even going for the big hit. He wants the dot, the auto attack harass, since it ups a little bit, and playing it very smart to not waste his mana pool so he can just do it over again.
Yeah, Looper is one of those guys. He'll give up CS because he knows, even though they were able to just get a kill, he is still Swain, and he didn't have flash until now. Coming up pretty recently there. And Swain, while quite strong in laning, is also kind of vulnerable to ganks. Now that he's post level 6 and has some defensive, 2v2 situation, he feels a lot better.
Hopefully they have some of those ignites up when the fight comes because he won't be exhausted. He's going to be doing quite a bit of free damage in these. There's not a lot of crowd control to lock up that bird once they get into the fight on the side of CLG. Acadian and team bringing a bit of that early game momentum from game 1 to game 2 now. 4-1, and it still isn't Acadian getting the early kills. So we see Fox able to work another variable get a little bit better of a laning phase going on, because that's where they were also going even or worse than the other team, which makes it hard to get any victories.
They actually are going to keep this one going, not only with that control of the bottom lane. Katie coming down. Basically, the best of the scenario would be if they had stuck around and you could try and force something there. Top side, though, CLG are going for the opposite play. He's roaming up for a 3-man dive this time instead of just one.
Cheeky little hop. It's all right. Tripped over his shoelaces.
They're just waiting on the minions, by the way, and then it looks like Looper's dead to rights.
Waiting for another one. Ragnarok's there, possibly. Locks up Ruki. Nice take. The auto attack goes. Hits Afro move. The save onto Stixay. Acadian will not make it. Oh, we could have got him on the other side of the wall. That would have been pretty nice.
All right, the Thresh saves. They are able to get out without dropping a kill. Tower went down way earlier, and Echo Fox are actually getting 2 out of this on the bottom side. Plus, mid-wave is also pushed in, so they can rotate up to that turret as well. Keep this snowball going for themselves.
A switch up in the purchasing order for Froggen here as that arm guard comes out. He knows he is going to get quite a bit of aggression in these fights. They cleared out mid lane as well. Looking great here in the early game. Echo Fox 3,000 gold lead just at 12 minutes. 2 of those on to Keith here in the bot lane. Now they have the protection game. We saw this basically on the other side last time. Stixay being protected with that Caitlyn Lulu. We'll see how Kate can protect Keith on that Ashe.
Yeah, interesting how we will transition here, because the turrets are going down pretty early, opening up more space for Rengar to work with. And I feel like we're just repeating the same stories of last game for Echo Fox, where Ashe Arrows and Rengar ultimate to try and pick people off. They do recall here, and CLG slip right in during the recall timings to grab the objective, though, so definitely beneficial for CLG to get that off the map, so that that's not another tool Echo Fox used to pull them out, into this area that's very, very dangerous for them, honestly, to start walking around, as those pick tools are very, very much ready for Echo Fox.
It's one thing CLG has kind of always been pretty proficient at, is they may be taking a few hits, but they'll grab a first dragon. They'll make sure they get a few turrets to repair what just happened in the last few minutes. That Ocean won't do too much for them yet. Hopefully keep them on the map to do the work they want. But now they start to move in for some forward wards here. See if they can find a kill onto Looper.
Yeah, and one of the main things that is a problem for CLG this game compared to last game is that the Lulu is on the other foot now, as Echo Fox were able to get that away in round number 1, which is a great defense against Talon, any sort of assassins, obviously, but also adds a lot of security for late game. Acadian here, probably dead. Maybe flashes. Oh, baby.
Oh! Almost gave another hop.
What's behind door number 3? All right, we're done. Doesn't even want to stick around to actually clear out that control ward. Acadian does barely get away with his life, but bottom lane getting turned around.
Help picks into a Glitter Lance to ensure it. Forced flash as the teleport comes in for Darshan. This is going to give free lane to Looper if nothing is picked up here by Chronologic Game.
Miraculous escapes on both sides of the map here for Echo Fox. With just the flash from Gate, they're able to get themselves out of there.
I feel like it's almost a forced TP. He just used Equalizer, so the catch potential goes down a lot. And then they kind of, like you said, fizzled out on that fight. Looper may actually be able to get a good bit of damage onto the top turret. He'll get pinged out. It may not go down, though. See, 124 to 132 here as we're watching the mid lane. Nice. On the outside, Chaos Storm staying in good distance, forcing the flash and vault over from Hui.
All right. Sparks are flying here. I mean, it seems like CLG's play at the moment feels pretty frantic. And it feels like they're definitely trying to rush things. As of right now, Echo Fox are collapsing on the top side to try and force this damage on this turret here. Let Looper kind of usher the minions in, use that range advantage. Swain's actually pretty decent at harassing under the turret too, because if you just get off your E and then throw out the Q here with the bird for zoning, then you just walk out of tower range, and those are both damage over time. You do a lot of work and make life DSing under turret very difficult. That being said, Darshan has done a pretty good job of keeping up there, at least as far as his CS is concerned. Remember, though, that Looper had a pretty big deficit early on with the dive attempts, and he's made those up.
Slowly making sure those go in his favor. They haven't really been back to him just yet. A little bit of love in the jungle actually went over to Acadian just a moment ago. So CLG finding ways to get themselves back, and they slowed down as Fox has cleared out the vision on their side of the jungle. Nobody's really been able to push too much forward yet. It's all defensive wards right now as there's a lot of kills around the map here to start off the game, and these ignites a little scary as we get into the fights.
Even with all these wards, very wise of Keys not to show. As Talon, actually Talon was showing on a bottom wave as well, I think. So he's pretty safe there, but just did not want to get rushed down by Darshan. As, yep, Huhi now revealing himself. Always have to be wary of these assassins when they're splitting up to farm these waves. Keith actually the maximum distance between him and Huhi possible.
Making sure he's safe. Darshan. Looks like he actually, oh, he gave himself a ward. I wonder what he's doing.
Yeah.
For a second, but
he knows.
Already top lane. Let's see, CLG is actually going to make their way down bot.
Does Looper have the same amount of respect for the weak side map? It looks like he does. He does have flash here.
Righteous Glory, flash
Doesn't
forward.
matter, though.
Oh, the hook's going to come through.
I kind of counter kill, though.
Take him out there.
So, we've had this kind of theme of lack of respect, but honestly, every time they go after Looper, he takes someone down with them, and the rest of the team is going to be able to get a turret. So, again, another victory here for Echo Fox.
I just ended mentioning that they stopped going for him. They didn't. Now maybe they will, at least with, or a few more people if they do next time.
There's actually an interesting flash here. I think he gets hit with the axe before he flashes, because Smithy's like point blank. The slow there. Oh, smite. He probably has a boost smite. Yep.
Oh, no, he has.
Oh, no, he does not. He has
trackers.
Trackers, yeah, so. Nailed him with the slow first, and after you're slowed already, Bird gets chased down. Doesn't matter, though. Go down fighting. Take somebody with you.
Righteous Glory and prop.
Ah, that was it.
I haven't seen Righteous Glory in a long time.
Yeah.
It'll speed up your teammates, but also blast Randuins when you're done.
Good call there, and that was enough to ensure that they did get a kill.
About a 3,000 gold lead here for Echo Fox as they slowly, as we said, start to push these wards forward. Everything was pretty much lighting up the river and nobody's going fishing this game. So kills now coming in behind this 10-second Drake. And it looks like Mountain should go over to Echo Fox here. CLG got that first Ocean Drake. This will be good for when Fox approaches the objectives.
Now you got me thinking about what kind of fish are in this shallow. Oh, never mind though. We're gonna get some action. Action. Woo-hoo! Flash, flash. Super hype action there, dude.
Why didn't you do the sound
Honestly,
effect?
though, another ultimate burn.
Oh, that's deja vu. We see Aphromu's hook blowing Gates flash on that Lulu. Actually, was Keith that was in front of him on that one. I apologize. Teleport came in from Looper. It looks like we have Darshan in the back line looking for a perfect equalizer to go down. Does the team follow the red carpet in?
Pretty split.
Moody on the backside looking for the pick. Smite to it. Smithy. Acadian very low, trying to head to the top side. That is going to be Frog and falling in a lot of the DPS that Fox wants to use in the fight. He keeps himself alive as he jumps in, taking down another one. And it looks like Looper's going to be the final one to go down. Smithy dies to the dot and to Beatrice as it pecks his eyes out. But an ace for Chronologic Gaming.
What an incredible ace right there from CLG. He had some slick moves. Smithy came over the back of the pit, timing the axe. Wait for the replay to see if he had an extra charge of smite that he used also, but looked like he either timed it right with the axe or the axe got it itself. And man, CLG cleaned up so much off of that. Ace gold, tower gold there as well, and the elemental Drake to go in along with that. All right, let's take a look here. He had a smite charge ready. It looked like Acadian just smited there early on the bottom side. Smithy did use his smite, so didn't quite see it in the frame which one had it. But honestly, the highlight up there of up on the top side.
Heal from Stixay over the wall.
Stick save there from Stixay as well. But I mean, that was definitely something there from the CLG squad. Yeah. All right, Echo Fox's turn though. He's even with an ace and a turret after that. Like that was such a big win for CLG. Echo Fox still have a decent amount of gold to work with because of what they were able to do earlier on in the match.
A lot of that piled onto Looper right now. He's pretty big. Youmu's to get into position for Huhi. I don't know if he's going to find the kill that he wants here. Smart play by Echo Fox to leave.
Oh, he's on the hunt.
Swing. That's a first.
I like your sound effects better. Honestly. We're gonna have to make a soundboard. So we.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So one of the things too with Talon, if like people are inspired to go out and play Talon, for first-time users, my first time on the rework Talon, I tried to do a parkour over a wall to gain distance after I'd already popped my ult, because I was so used to the old Talon and using your E for jumping. Don't do that, because as soon as you pop a spell like that, all your ult blades will collapse before, and then you just hop over the wall and you're left in the enemy team with no damage. Right there, though, that was just a case of not being able to get there in time, and the channel for the recall already being close enough for the protected recall.
I love the change, though. Being able to kind of direct your blades more feels very, very good.
Yeah.
Feels good for these guys. 2-0-4 for Huhi. He is ready to go in again. Actually, waiting on his cooldown for the Dust Blade. And he'll be ready. Towards forward. Things coming in actually down towards the side of where Looper is. I don't think they're actually for CLG to move. They're just saying we have control of this top side, and they're going to start flooding bodies in here and get some wards.
Yeah, the cooldown on Talon's ult incredibly low. Although burning the flash definitely hurts for going for that play. He's still on the hunt, and it looks like they're aiming towards Froggen. Froggen pretty defensive though, and just popping the ward down instead.
Yep. Much different game for Froggen as well. We saw him being able to put out much more damage at this point early game. Ragnarok onto the gravity field. He's going to be able to walk around like a kiddie pool. Perfectly fine.
All right, I actually did not expect or see the setup for that pick onto Looper. Regardless, though, CLG now with an extra man advantage, and the only ultimates that were used were the Ragnarok as well as, well, actually 6A even ulted as well. As the Rumble ultimate, and looks like with all those being used, they decided to just go purchase with that money. It's just a case of being extending pretty far for this minion wave. That minion wave will eventually get to safer territory, and you can try and farm it at the turret. Especially considering all the fighting they've been doing over vision on their red quadrant. You have to have more of this respect we've been talking about this threat for areas that the Fog of War has been controlled.
Oh, got it. Froggen, just about 1,900 gold that he's sitting on. You see, go back and spend that right now, putting some items in his pocket. Fiendish Codex, Lost Chapter, so it looks like it won't even be a quick finish on the Zanyas just yet either. Huhi?
Who is hunting who here?
Yeah, they're getting a little bit more pressure onto him, knowing he's going to be alone and feeling confident about his play. Possibly where they take that fight. All right.
Keep just showing off. Robin Hood over here.
Send him the message. He's keeping that ratio up. Like, I can hit one, let's do it. Not waiting too long to get the arrows back up just yet. And now Huhi knows actually he's getting a little bit of love on the top side. His play is going to become a bit safer. And you can see him not farming too far. Flash for flash. Aftermoo has actually had great success in getting flashes out of Fox this game.
Keep track of these cooldowns, especially these flashes, because both teams have just been very content to push up side waves and look for picks, as there are options for those for both squads. Ash Arrow also is one of those very low cooldowns. He's already with the level 2 into that, even though he didn't go the super utility focused route of the Esper style. And he went for the more immediate auto attack impact of the Hurricane plus Infinity Edge, which I actually quite like for higher damage a bit earlier into the game from auto attacks. does mean that the opportunities for those arrows are a little bit further between.
True.
And even with his chainmail, it looks like maybe he's going for Guardian Angel due to the amount of burst damage. I guess he's just like resigned to probably getting bursted by Huhi plus Rumble Ultimate or something. He's like, I'll just get back up.
He becomes an even bigger target after Froggen finishes his Zanya's too, because Looper's going to be gold. Then Froggen goes gold. Like, all right, Keith, you might get wild growth, but you can still die at that point. So things could get dangerous. And we are back onto the rift pretty much with all 5 here. Bit of a lull for the last moment. And now onto the Cloud Drake. 3 dragons. Now for Chronologic Gaming. And keep the variety going. Ocean, Mountain, and now a Cloud Drake.
Are they going to get lucky on an Infernal? No, they do not.
Next time.
Maybe next time. Find out on NALCS. Here we go, though. Huhi on the hunt again. I don't know if Looper is the best target. You already mentioned his completed Zonias. Yep. So that definitely wards off quite a lot of the threat.
He's got a
unless
nice
he got his backup.
Yeah, he's got nice vision. Through River, through Tri-Brush. Also a little bit of help from McSmithy behind. It's kind of was replicated by Acadian and Looper top lane, but Looper with the back, gonna hold down on the bot side now. He can teleport into anything that happens here. Be a pretty crazy fight if we start one off. Very split for Chronologic Gaming.
Yeah, and there is a little bit more advanced warning from Echo Fox. That vision that you mentioned is starting to creep up into the blue quadrant of the jungle, and really situated around this Baron. See if CLG right now, though, pushing up mid and top. Get a little bit of time with this turret. Will it be enough to take it? Very close, at least.
Stixay's damage definitely makes it close. Only a few more shots from that. It'll be much easier pathing for CLG in just a few moments.
I am really waiting for this concentrated effort of Echo Fox to actually go for a proactive arrow and try and pick someone off. At the moment, though, CLG are doing a pretty good job of sticking together, and their one person off by the side is Talon, who's extremely difficult to hit with one of those. So you can see why there's been a lull here. The options are just fairly difficult to execute.
It is true.
For Echo Fox. Right here, though, they're trying to corral him.
Aphromoo won't die right away.
Base race option.
No, they're going to pull back, it seems. They feel like they can get the fight in here. A good arrow onto somebody could mean a never move into a Froggen gravity field. And there's not much of a tank to stand up on the side of CLG.
Yeah, look at this defense by CLG. They're just giving Huhi time. He got a whole turret himself.
Yep.
And Echo Fox didn't push down mid lane to go for the race either, but now they go for the arrow.
Aphromoo, they can't really walk through Xmithy, though, to get to their arrow target. Unfortunately, arrow for Ragnarok.
Yeah, they made the call here, CLG, to buy more time, and they got the inhibitor turret. Will they be able to disengage, though?
Acadian can't get back in. He's almost dead. Darshan says he wants to go in. Lantern out as the team calls back. We have pressure on that inhib. We just want to toy with Echo Fox right now. Hugi to the back. Polymorph down. Over the wall. The last Ranger's shot coming in from Keith takes him down. Stixay gets a bird, and now they're going to start moving forward. Aphromoo gets locked down. Teleport now coming in and stopped. Well chosen. They were trying to just push off the fight here from the base, but they said do not do it. No choice on the fight.
That's almost an eerily similar situation to last game where it seemed like they had pulled off this disengage with Thresh Lantern, key use there to gain some distance, but then Huhi goes right into the center of the enemy team, and Gate on Lulu, able to protect the backline long enough. Now it's a Baron up, and we're going wild.
7,000 on the Baron. Members low for Fox. That health means Fox is going to take a lot more damage before Xmithy needs to get in, and he has been accurate on his smites. Putting Acadian to the test. The 50-50 Darshan just goes right through the front door in the Baron pit. Says, high five, everybody. He's going to start this out. Baron's going to get fighted down by Xmithy. A quadra kill for who they call Darshan now.
What? They're both still alive, too? Oh, man. Baron just kicking some ass here. Things are definitely wild in this game, Riv.
That was intense. The choice of whether to go or
just
not.
That insult to injury.
They were almost unaware of that. Yeah, it was going to fall, but you see Acadian, that fell. It's just that much more pressure they didn't realize they had to deal with on the point of a Baron also now coming to the front doorstep. 30 minutes in, Chronologic Gaming just turns this game on its head.
Party time for them. Oh my goodness. Just like that, CLG are looking like they'll be able to get a pretty good route here. All right, let's take another look at this. Everybody on Echo Fox is scared of the two members of CLG, so they group up behind Baron. They all get hit with the spikes. Darshan comes in, guns blazing, it kills almost everybody. Acadian, let's see what happens here. 800, he didn't smite until after there, it looks like. So Smithy here gets in with the, oh man, that is a tilter. Those panic situations in the Baron, where you have all 5 members, everyone's initial reaction is like, oh, danger's incoming from the outside. So you all group up near the back of the Baron, but that's when you get hit with these giant AoE spikes. Everyone gets so low, whereas there's only 2 members there from CLG, and focusing more damage into Baron leaves you without damage to deal with the CLG threats. Anyways, that is all in the past now, and let's take a look at the pushes.
CLG was very ready once they started up after that fight and had the waves in their position. Probably why Fox tried to force themselves into that Baron. Really would have helped them with some breathing room on these turrets. Now CLG cleaning up the work they set before. The last outer turret goes down, and they are on to one of the last inhibitors and turrets in the base. Kuhi even looking to get into the side here so they can once again get a pinch fight. We've seen time and time again here from Chronologic Gaming with this composition. And slowly getting damage on the turret. You can see Fox not even really answering back with their own. That turret not long for this world.
Yeah, the turret's not long. Kuhi's on the inhibitor as well.
Yeah.
There's one exposed, one's already dead. Like, oh man, Echo Fox, they don't have very many options. Time is working against them. They're really looking for the perfect arrow to try and burst someone down, though. Let's see who Keith goes for, because there's a lot of pressure. He only has one. He's a really rough target. Smithy is a very bad target to go for, and the rest of the members of CLG are the ones playing super safe, so doesn't look like they're giving them an option. The inhibitor's down.
Might be able to do something silly, like throw your redemption down behind the turret, get that distance they need to even take it. CLG really in the driver's seat right now.
Yep, they're going to go right towards the next. They might actually not even bother here.
Minion wave crashing in top. Also mid, he's been facilitating. Fox needs to pull the trigger at some point. This is a go for broke moment.
Yeah, who can Keith even look for, though?
Smithy, you see him just ghosting, trying to pull some ultimates out of Fox here, seeing if they will break in this tense situation.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're just going to have to let that go down. They're going to say, we'll fight behind double Nexus turrets. Even CLG is saying, we'll leave the turret up. It's easier to fight around it, and Fox isn't taking it.
CLG knows that they have so many things working in their advantage that as long as they play defensively, they need to do a lot of work.
Ultimate from Acadian saying, maybe if we do something to blow your ultimates.
He's sitting here.
He loses his.
On Talon, like, I've got a Quicksilver Sash. I got my ultimate ready.
Jump me, bro.
Please.
There it is. Hops over the turret. Not even a chance for Acadian on that. Pressure to the bot lane. Not pushed in just yet. And we're back to the yo-yo. Who's going to mess it up first?
Yeah, now Echo Fox has less tools to work with, and the situation's just getting more and more scary. The health on the turret almost gone.
Darshan just missed. There it is. Smithy pulling the trigger. Polymorph onto him. Froggen is the control for Huki. He's back and saved by Wild Growth. Keith very close to going down. Tries to get out of redemption.
They're turning it.
Good intel right away. Equalizer goes back down. Takes down Keith. He's going to come back up on GA to try and help the team. And only Smithy is down. Bleeding health bars on the side of Fox, but Huki is still in the base having a party by himself.
Oh man, this is a long siege here. Darshan goes in on Looper though.
They got the turret progress on the bot side for CLG here. Baron up in 2 minutes. And they may just grab the Ocean Drake on the way out. An extended party inside of Fox's base.
Yeah, that's one of those parties where somebody invites a friend of a friend, and that guy invites a whole bunch of his friends. You end up with, I don't know who's in here. They started breaking all of my TVs, and look at the base now. Everything's destroyed. Echo Fox are not going to throw parties anymore in this series, I guess.
Have to watch it. Just one recently for Froggen. That was enough. Stixay as well with a recent party. His birthday, so having a good week for himself and the team to start things off. They do actually have to go up against FlyQuest, who Fox sees himself playing coming up in the recent games. So definitely not the easiest route to the end of the season for these teams.
Definitely true. And as we've seen, every single series, there have been a lot of unpredictable moves. CLG's feeling pretty confident, too. If they're able to close this one out, about their at least having a playoff spot. Quick little yoink there. Able to get this red buff away.
Yep. If they go all the way, they can look at 11-7, which should be pretty good.
Yeah, I believe they also, as far as the strength of the schedules and the win-losses of the opponents that they have left, have one of the easier end of season schedules.
Fly, Immortals, and then Envy is what they're looking at for this game.
Meanwhile, Echo Fox, every win counts here, and it is not over quite yet. They've got 2 inhibitors back up, and we've seen a lot of turns in these games. Here they go, though. Everybody up mid.
True Shot Barrage not doing too much as it passes through multiple members of the team.
He's in there.
Oh, right down the channel behind Blue Buff. They are going to take quite a bit of damage. This gets countered. They don't even want the fight. They'll say, we'll pressure you now at Baron now that you're starting off low in HP.
What's it going to be?
Wait halfway. Fox isn't going to be able to look before they leap on this one. Nice redemption to kind of cool off the pressure of that start.
Honestly, CLG are trying to usher these minion lines past Echo Fox right now, and they're like, go, super minion, get up there to pressure that Nexus turret. Then we can retreat back to the Baron. Now they're on the Baron again, burning it down here. Echo Fox have to go for it.
They got a 3-2 split. The box out of the brush just to deny movement towards Baron. Easy take for Xmithy. Do they turn or do they retreat? It looks like Looper's going to be the focus here. He's too far in front, and Cadian cannot match that. Keith, Wild Growth, puts himself in a very scary position. Now they look to Hoogie. Quicksilver on himself, and Keith is now in a bad spot as the team turns to go for Hoogie. Cadian leaves everybody behind. A double kill coming in for Darshan. Stixay gathers one for the team, and this one will fizzle out with Counter Logic Gaming heading for Echo Fox's base.
Talon is just fun to watch. The remake here with the parkour, whether he's winning or losing. All right, he gets snared up here. Cadian, how does he get out of this one? No, cannon minion!
Oh, so close.
He should have style points, let the cannon finish him off.
Yeah. Maybe
he's not having any of that, though. My last hit.
For those little things, like the players usually don't know when the extended kill for Penta's there, or if he's going to execute it or not. So just kill him. It's safe.
Honestly, though, that's going to be CLG moving into the base. Just a formality here left with the Nexus turret.
Yep, very nicely done.
Well, actually, I say that. Reinforcements are coming up.
This is Kobe.
Technically.
You're faking me out. I'm supposed to listen to you. You're the caller. It could be CLG getting the base, but it looks like Fox doing their damnedest to stop this one. Gate now going to go down. The Nexus is in peril. It's taking damage. A final shot is going to put gold in a member's pocket of Counter Logic Gaming. The double kill from Hoogie to end out a game on Talon, and the series to Counter Logic Gaming over Echo Fox. Strong starts again from Echo Fox. They're finding the early game a stride that they lose. Somehow in the middle of the game, their confidence just doesn't push forward. They don't use it. They feel like maybe they're too far ahead, and they can roll with that when really they need to keep pressuring they're too far ahead.
Some crucial moments there, man. Yeah. That Baron, where CLG wins a 2 versus 5, gets the Baron.
Darshan and Xmithy blown up this one.
Darshan and Xmithy absolutely blowing this game up.
Hoogie again. It's not really questioned anymore, but puts another champion in that pool for himself to say, I can control mid quite well. And the roamers are really where his wheelhouse is. Echo Fox still have the ability now, looking at their score. 9-9 would have been it if they got all of their victories. So they'll look for that 8-10 possibly as they keep going to finalize their 3 last wins. Like we said, it's going to be tough. They don't have the easiest games.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be tough. I mean, all the teams that are right around that level, kind of on the edge, battling
9 and
tooth
10.
and nail at the moment.
It's been crazy. This game we saw going back and forth. CLG as well showing a bit of hesitation in some of the comps that they were putting together. And we saw these fights lasting a little too long at Dragon, a little too long at another objective. And it seemed to kind of confuse the teams a bit. We haven't seen this mostly, but there was the patch change and whatnot. We're seeing new champions come in. It looks like CLG is going to benefit a bit from this as the late game is falling into their favor a bit more here. They're looking more like end of season, any season, CLG.
This time around, yeah, definitely working out for them. They'll be super glad to finish this one up in the 2-0.
Yeah.
Don't have to push this to game 3. And actually, this is one of our earliest days now.
What are you trying to say, Kobe? No.
I guess. We'll see. Who are we going for as far as the interview? Because CLG, I mean, last time I talked to Smithy, they were talking about no more excuses. You know, before there are a lot of things pointing to with trying to get rolling in the beginning of the season, and meta concerns or not really liking to play some of the champions that are currently strong. Right. It does seem to be trending back into the favor of champions that they do like. As far as the decision making and the communication and decisiveness, though, all definitely still on the table.
You can see it's always been like that team communication or that team decision as well. Like Smithy would go back to the Rengar. We noticed the play didn't look as good, but that's always a team decision. They were behind him, and now we see Darshan not having to play those tanks, getting out of Rumble, getting out a little more aggression, and really being able to bring the damage to the table.
Darshan's Rumble.
Something else we were looking for. Yeah, something else we were looking for is for him to pop off, and he starts to do so. So for a first-hand account on that win, let's hear from Captain Flowers and the CLG support.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with Afromoo to talk about the win that CLG was just able to acquire up against Echo Fox. How are you and the CLG boys feeling after that victory?
We're all right. It was an okay 2-0. Had some unlucky decisions, mainly in team fights and setting up for like objectives that we're going for. So I think we're known for like getting ace and still winning the game, but shit.
It's the win that still matters, right? The W on the screen at the end of the game, that's what we're all concerned about. That's what all the CLG fans are happy to see you guys walking away with. And now last week, we heard from Smithy. He was saying that the team is making a lot of excuses for why the wins aren't showing up. What are you guys, as a team, as a group, doing to address those problems and fix those issues so you can keep finding these wins?
Excuses-wise, I don't think there's a lot of that, but obviously, you'll have something to blame, blah, blah, blah. But it's just making sure that we are coming together and being consistent since, we know that we can be there, and it's just about being consistent for us.
And in terms of consistency, that's one thing that's really interesting to talk to, especially about the CLG roster, because you guys are one of the only rosters that was just like, no, we're sticking with the same 5 guys. We're going to be rolling with this into the next split. We think we can make this work. How do you feel that you guys are doing in terms of getting that level of consistency to the point where it is just game after game after game? Do you feel like you're closing in significantly on breaking new ground with that and becoming one of those like rock solid types of teams?
Yeah, definitely. That's what every team aspires to be, especially us. And upcoming for playoffs, I think if we win win Sunday, we'll definitely be in playoffs, something like that. But it'll be fun, and I do expect us to do a lot better than what the entire season so far has shown.
All right, speaking of playoffs, I got one last question for y'all. Heading to playoffs, obviously the goal here. Next week, you guys, well, not next week, I should say 2 days from now, this week, you guys are going to be going up against FlyQuest, the team that you are very, very close with in the standings. Okay. How do you feel about that one? Is there any special prep going into that? Anything you can share with us about the CLG approach to the FlyQuest game on Sunday?
I think me personally, I hate playing FlyQuest only because High always makes super aggressive calls. And usually, shot calling wise, I think High and Mata have only been the ones to give me a hard time, only because they always make you decide between doing this or doing that. And it's after every time they reset from the base, they instantly decide to do something. So usually that's pretty mind boggling and takes a toll, especially in the long series. But I expect it'll be fun.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in that mental battle, my friend. To you and to the entire squad from CLG, congratulations on the win today. Best of luck on Sunday, and we're going to go ahead and throw things over to the analyst desk now.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. A battle of the shot callers to come on Sunday. It's a nice little tee up there, and it's always wonderful to hear about how high can stretch people around the match. But today is about CLG crafting a 2-0 victory over Echo Fox. Again, not in the cleanest of fashions, but they do manage to pull it all together and kind of continue their climb here at the later stages of the season.
I kind of tend to agree with Afromu. This was an okay 2-0. I mean,
yes, exactly.
They did not dominate, right? And CLG is always one of those teams. They have super high highs, but they have some pretty low lows. You know, he's like, oh yeah, we're the team that gets aced but still wins the game. I mean, it's rare to see a team that can come back from that, but you always kind of have to think, hey, how good would they look if they clean that stuff up? If they're not getting double killed in a 2v2 randomly at the start of the game.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. 4:45 into the game. Once again, Echo Fox 2-0. In the bot lane here. And again, we talk about just the comparison of these two bot lanes on paper. People were talking about Afromu Stixxay #1 bot lane coming into the split.
I mean, Stixxay was talking about that. And I mean, Afro, this was not okay. Like, I think, yes, like the hook is fine. Okay, it looks funny because he misses by a lot, but
you're picking a direction.
And I mean, the fact of the matter is, you should realize that you're going to lose this fight, and you should be flashing out early. Stixxay, I mean, obviously he thought he was out of range of the volley there, but if they very quickly back into this fight, yes, it's bad for their lane as far as giving up farm and giving up CS, but giving up 2 kills like that is not okay.
Exactly.
I mean, and when you're playing against a better team, you don't get to come back from that, right? Like if you give that up to C9, usually the game just ends because your bot lane gets so far behind. Echo Fox was able to get not only both the bot lane turrets off that, then go mid and get a turret too, right? Like if you give that kind of a lead to a better team, you lose, period.
I was gonna say, I think that's the major point there, is the fact that the recovery becomes a lot less possible as you move up the standings and when we get into the playoff picture and you're playing in a best of 5 against C9 and TSM, teams that are not gonna afford you as many opportunities to claw your way back into it, like Echo Fox will. And we saw that happen. 19 minutes into the game, ace in favor of CLG, 5 for 1 around the Dragon Pit here.
And one thing I gotta give a lot of credit to Smithy for is I can't think of another player who has stolen more objectives throughout the year.
Even in this game, he was going off.
He seems to be stealing Barons and Dragons all the time, and Huhi, with some pretty sweet play on the Talon, actually looked super good this game. I think across the board, he was playing very, very well. And it was one of the first times I actually saw the Talon, and I was like, damn, that pick makes sense. That worked. That, like, you know, it worked. It looked really good.
Absolutely, yeah. And so this is what you were talking about, though, this ability to claw back into the game. Of course, it's not like that right there was the game ender. We've got to move forward to 28-20 here. Fox wins the fight. Dying at Baron, though, you know, this was all kinds of crazy.
The weird thing about this one for me was that CLG had Huhi take 2 turrets, and he was on the inhibitor. CLG's 4-man squad just needs to disengage while Huhi takes that inhibitor or try to delay them. Instead, they decide to collapse to the fight. They're on a different page. Huhi's in by himself. Like, they're going very disjointed into this fight. So, you know, to me, I think that A, they shouldn't have taken the fight probably in the first place, and B, when they did, it was not very well done. That said, most players are going to remember how this next part went.
Exactly. I mean, these are some of the mistakes that you're saying that still exist with CLG, and we want to see them, you know, kind of fix those minor errors in terms of, oh, there's not a whole lot of communication clearly on this engage, but this an even larger issue.
Yeah, I mean, everyone stacks up essentially here. They are pretty low from that fight, which is the major issue. Darshan is full health coming back into this, and the overheating flame spitter that he gets off is just so punishing to these people in the backline. He takes out multiple members. He's able to get so much damage done, and not only does he end up getting a quadra, but Smithy just wanders on in and smites the Baron away. And I mean, yes, the game did not end off this play, but the game was over.
Exactly. That's the key there, right? I mean, 4 kills going over to a Rumble. We've seen what gold on that champion can do. Once again, you've let Smithy steal away a second objective in just this single game. I mean, from a mental standpoint, I'm defeated. Yeah. You know, now from a gold standpoint, I'm defeated. There in that stage of the game, or in the series, Echo Fox, really, I think it's all downhill.
Yeah, definitely. And I do want to give some credit to CLG as far as how they played with that Baron. I actually thought that their siege, their split pressure was excellent as far as buffing up the Baron minions in the mid lane constantly. Huhi always threatening there, using the Thresh plus Ezreal combo to always get a couple autos off on every single wave, then Lantern out. I thought that a lot of what they did in this game was excellent, but it's marred by the fact that they have some very big errors.
Right, yeah, some lower tier teams can definitely take a look at the kind of the final 5 minutes of that game to see how to close a game. You got one inhib down, split up the Baron
buff. So well controlled.
The Baron buff. And those are the elements of CLG that have remained constant, right? These higher level macro strategy elements, we've seen glimpses of brilliance throughout this entire split, just as we have seen in the past. It's those micro mistakes. It's those 2v2 skirmishes. It's the weird pick here or something like that that's really kind of hindering their split.
And their strength is almost sometimes their weakness too, because we like to talk about how much their team play, right? And sometimes they overcommit to the call.
Right.
And yeah, you do want to be on the same page, but that's how you see these random 15-minute aces against CLG and stuff, where it's like everyone's piling into what may not be a bad fight. So I think that while it's fantastic to all be on the same page, you do sometimes have to be able to cut your losses and say, you know what? He's dead.
Exactly.
Leave.
Now, we had a couple front runners for player of the game this time around. We're looking at who he is, one of them, but Arshawn ultimately going to grab the award here. Again, that score line on the Rumble, you consider that fight there between him, Xmithy, against the world to secure the Baron. It's hard not to give it to him.
It really is. And I mean, he did very well in the early game. He was winning his lane quite heavily. And even roaming around the map, he still stayed pretty even or ahead in CS. Then he was massive in the late game team fights, had great equalizers. The guy had a great game.
From here on out, the story for CLG is that back to that strength of schedule from the beginning of the day, right? They have the easiest or second easiest. They had the easiest. Is Dignitas that had the second easiest. That's correct. So having the easiest remaining schedule, you're looking at playing teams like Envy. I mean, that 11-7 record is not outside the realm of possibility it comes to playoffs.
It's not, but it's CLG. You got to remember, if they play TSM, they play like TSM. If they play Envy, they play like Envy. So you never know what you're going to get.
Exactly.
They could be 11-7, but they could lose their last 3.
Jat also talked about parity in the league, this being the second closest split by numbers so far in the North American LCS. It definitely feels like anything could happen. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close out the day, let's take a look at the rankings to see how the teams stack up. After their win today, CLG pulled themselves into 4th place. Team Dignitas continues their hold of 6th, while Echo Fox and Team Liquid remain in 8th and 9th. We'll see which teams can continue their push for playoffs with our games tomorrow. Starting with Cloud9 versus Immortals on NALCS1, TSM going against FlyQuest later in the day. Over on NALCS2, Team Envy look to best a surging Team Dignitas. Then the Battle Theater plays host to Team Liquid versus Phoenix 1. That was a mouthful. Particular game tomorrow that you're looking at, that you're ultra hyped for?
Both of the H-Stream ones I'm really excited for. I think that for both Immortals and FlyQuest in particular needs to stop their losses if they want to even make the playoffs at this point.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us this evening. Hope to see you all tomorrow. For myself, the casters, entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching the North American LCS. Good work.
Our first series today, Team Dignitas will be taking the stage against Team Liquid. Chaser popping the ulti, looking to hunt him down if he can. Goes after him, flash for flash.
No, 유지려.
Nice. Oh, Piglet was on a Piglet. Oh, now he's in some trouble. The shockwave into the sonic wave, and Keen waves bye-bye to Piglet.
Looper's pushed into his turret, but I think it was going to back and
he's dead!
Victor!
Nice. Anytime Trevor comes to your lane, just give him your CS.
Yeah. Give him all that CS.
I'm down, dude.
Enable him to carry the game.
I don't know
You
about
guys
that.
don't need it.
You deserve this, Trevor.
That's good.
It's his birthday, guys. Give it to him.
Uh-oh. Will Acadian find his way out?
Oh! Hey, sweet moves, I guess. He's out,
man.
He's still going. Oh, he's back in. Oh, now he's out again. Now he's in again. He gotta go.
Gate can take a turret shot. Do they want it? No!
Oh!
He actually reaches him just the edge of the volley.
Ash, you're fine, Trevor. You're fine. Ash. Hey, wait, no pass. Go. Alright, Sushna.
Nice, good job.
Launcher.
Hell
hey,
yeah,
shit,
baby.
He's on the hunt.
Darshan just goes right through the front door of the parapet. Says, high five, everybody. He's gonna sign us out. Baron's gonna get fighted down by Xmithy. A quadra kill. And the series to Counter Logic Gaming over Echo Fox.